Okay. All right. Wait, Abby's, oh,
Scary. You're right. It's scary.
I'll take it home. Okay, wow, thank you. I'll take it home so I can actually learn how to use it. It has a clock on it. I can use that. Maybe I'll put a wristband on it and just, Hi. How's it going? Yeah. Like Dick Tracy with his two-way wrist radio. Hey, everyone. We're gonna we are live. So welcome folks to the Historic District Commission. This is our meeting of Tuesday, December 6th. We're running a little late. It's 4:04, and present in person are Val Oliver, Abby Camp, myself, Ray Pohl, Carrie Thornwell, and Connie Patton. And on Zoom is Diane Coombs. So we have more than a quorum, which means that we can get the show rolling. For those of you in the audience, for those two of you in the audience, I just need to say two things. One, if you could mute your cell phones, and two, you may be the only person that's ever paid attention to me saying that, so I appreciate it. And then the second thing is, if you want to record any portion of tonight's festivities, you have to let us know in advance. Thanks. Okay, so can I have 1, 2, 3? We're going to do a little bit of a rotation because Stephen's not here. So Carrie and Connie, can I have a motion to? Thank you. That was to approve tonight's agenda, and we do roll call. So on Diane's motion, Val.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Very good. Connie. Very good. Diane, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, very good. Thank you. Let's see. Is there any public comment at this time?
Mr. Chair.
That would be either you folks or somebody on Zoom. Oh, yes, Holly.
I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to give the commission some good news that we, the town of Nantucket, have received our draft survey plan from PAL. Remember how we received federal funding as a CLG?
Yeah.
Not only were they creating surveys within the fish lots, they did approximately 100 surveys. Not only did they do that, but they also did a draft survey plan. This basically is a plan that will not sit on the shelf. This will be utilized for us to figure out how we're going to survey the rest of the island and the NHL.
The plan is of the whole island?
The whole island, actually, and our sister islands, Tuckernutt and Muskeget. So this is actually under review right now by MHC and NHC. I actually just sent it off to the NPC because I wanted them to be aware of it. It's a planning document, essentially. But this is going to be create our HDC surveys for you to all utilize.
Terrific. So the ones that were done were in the fish lots,
Fish
right?
lots, yes.
Yeah.
So Fair Street, Pine Street, Charter, there's a whole bunch of them. We started on to Orange. So this next phase that we received from Congress, basically, essentially, is where it comes from, is going to finish the fish lots, and then we're going to start over into the Brant Point area, and there'll be about 140 of those as well. So.
Wow. That's terrific.
It's
Thanks so much,
multiple
Holly.
year phase project.
Yeah, well,
Thank
it
you.
seems to be rolling right along.
Thank you for being a member of the CLG.
Thank you.
Thanks. Let the record reflect that Stephen Welch has joined our ranks. Hi, Stephen.
Good evening, everyone.
You came just in time for commissioners' comments.
Well, there's another public comment.
Oh, sorry. Where's the other public comment?
Well, I have one.
Oh, Esme?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Esmeralda Martinez for the record, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I believe it would be very beneficial if starting the next to 2023, if we went back to Thursday meetings, maybe not every Thursday, but maybe every other Thursday, maybe something you can take into consideration.
Just to trim down our extra work. Yeah. I would certainly be amenable to that. Yeah. And maybe we could come up with some sort of unofficial way of spreading the love, so to speak, where we could, alternate weeks or something like that, so that we, the thing that I always find ironic and troubling is that when all 5 members, regular members, are here, our associate members have very little opportunity to actually engage. So I would like to get that more active. Anyway, thank you, Esme, for that. Yes.
I do want to add that I did send out a tentative schedule.
Haven't
Yeah.
opened it yet. I got it this afternoon.
And
Oh, I
I'm
didn't get
fine
it
with
yet.
my slot. It's around Christmas, so to do consent.
Oh, cool. That's on
Oh, I
there?
just signed up for one too.
All right,
Yeah.
great. Okay, was there another,
Yep. It has nothing to do with HTC.
from you?
Happy
Yep.
birthday.
Well, then your commissioner comments.
No, this is public comment. It has nothing to do with HTC. December delight this Saturday night.
Okay, okay.
Wait, what?
The December delight.
9 to 3 in the high school. Main entry in the gym. Come
Okay,
and support the class.
all
It's
right.
very fun.
December delight. Oh,
You're welcome.
I'm
The
gonna be
cookbooks are
with
going to be
Dad,
there.
turning 87
Oh,
that day.
My mom's turning
In
87
Florida.
next week.
In Florida,
On
he's turning
Tuesday
87
night. Maybe
Saturday.
I shouldn't come.
Okay, thank you, Carrie. Any commissioner comments?
I have a couple quick ones. Do you want me to comment on that thing with the
You mean the fact that,
EXS,
The what?
the executive session?
Yeah, which we're not having, I guess.
yes, I
Okay.
mean,
So-
correct, we are not having it,
Yes.
yes.
So two
You can
two
comment
comments.
on that.
Okay, 2 comments on that. I was misinformed to the extent that the HCC is not a signatory to the administrative MOU. So at the very least, for that reason, there's no way to do executive session. So I just wanted to put that out into the public as a matter, because we did discuss an executive session.
Yes,
The other item is that I checked with, I also checked with the Attorney General on a related topic, which is that under our act, we're allowed to have private hearings. But there's some ambiguity there. And so I'll leave it at that. The other item is that I checked with the open Attorney General under the open meeting law, and are including the list of future action items at the tail end of the agenda is totally fine. We just need to, underscore that it is not to be acted on at the current meeting, so we might just add that into the header. I would think that future action items would probably be sufficient, but to cross our Ts and dot our Is, I would suggest that. I met with staff who were very, very helpful in helping to put together what needs to be done for our best practice recommendations. You guys are already signing up for consents. I need some volunteers. The commission needs you
for consent?
for a couple other quick items. One is someone who could maybe do the 6-foot horizontal and vertical. That would be something that we could send out to people as an example on the checklist. We were talking about a digital representation of a 6-foot horizontal and vertical for
You
each
mean just
elevation.
creating that icon?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, I have something in mind for your office, which is a bigger lift, if you don't mind.
oh, okay, because I was gonna say I could have somebody do that.
Well, you
yeah.
could volunteer for that. The other
Yeah.
is to put the best practice we voted with respect to grading in sections is put together a representation, perhaps a small area detail of what that would look like, along with the checklist into a single page or 2 pages, so that it can then be distributed by staff as a checklist and referenced,
Okay.
posted on the
I
website.
volunteer.
Okay, thank
So
you.
for
So we take
both,
care of that
yeah, I'll
offline.
take care of both of them, and we'll just discuss the details offline.
And those
okay?
were the items that were relevant.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. So now we're off to signs. Can we have a breakdown of the signs?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the SAC met this morning, and per the recommendations, items 1, 2, 6 were approved.
1, 2, and 6 approved. Okay, can I have a motion for 1, 2, and 6?
So move.
All
1,
right,
2.
Diane has made a motion to approve items 1, 2, and 6 on signs. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Ray, aye. Okay, next.
Items 3 and 4 approved with conditions.
All right, motion?
3 and 4 with conditions.
Very good. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Wait, sorry, where are we?
3 and 4 on signs. Approve
Oh,
with
yes,
conditions.
Yes,
Okay.
Aye.
Stephen, Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay,
And item 7 held for revisions.
how about 5?
Oh, that was my mistake. That one's approved as well.
Oh, that one is approved. Well,
Yes.
okay, so let's approve that now.
Okay,
Somebody.
approve 5.
All right, thank you. As is. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Aye.
Stephen, Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. And 7 was what?
Held for
Hold.
revisions. Yes.
Okay, so Diane's motion is to hold on that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby, Stephen,
Aye.
Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, now we're on to consents.
I didn't have a chance to, but I'm questioning number 10 Delaney.
Is that 10 Delaney?
I wanted, but you can.
What is the number?
Number 1.
Number
Oh,
1.
1, okay, yeah.
And I have something to say about it, but you can do the others if you, I looked at, maybe somebody else wants to pull something. But there was somebody wanted some question about 59.
Your daughter's still there? Did she want
Oh,
something?
you know,
That's
I hear somebody in the background.
Diane, I muted her.
Oh, really? That voice was
Yeah.
Diane?
It
Oh,
was in her background.
okay. Hey, you know what just occurred to me, folks, is that I need to recuse because I'm down there sort of 3/4 of the way down. Does anybody, Carrie, you
I do
need to?
too.
Okay, we may have to break this up, but I don't think so.
We should be good.
Val, okay, so Stephen, can you
Yep, so
go?
our board on this is Abby, Diane, Connie, and myself.
There you go.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to ask, are we going to be taking out 59 Walnut per the request of an abutter?
Yeah, I can make a motion to do everything but 1, 7, and 8. That's my motion
Okay, on the motion, Abby,
aye.
Diane, Connie,
Aye.
I'm an aye. Diane? All right, 3 carries it.
Okay. So you want to go back to 1 and what were the other ones?
7 and 8.
59 Walnut.
7 and 8. Okay. So obviously I can chair those. What is the story on 10 Delaney?
It was I think we had approved a hedge, and it is now cedars, and it's right on the setback, and it goes setback, landscape, pool, and I just want you to have a look at it and make sure that everybody's okay with it, because it is tight. And I think it's an as-built, so I don't know if there's a.
Do we have
Well,
any information on this?
Yeah, there were pictures in the file. I understand Abby's concern because I share it, but it's vegetation and I don't know that we have jurisdiction over that. They swapped out hedges, privet for cedars. And you can see
It
the
gets into
pictures.
kind of a
arborvitae.
semantic,
Is that
like
cedar?
what's a hedge?
No, arborvitae is.
Privet.
No,
No.
there's there's holly hedges, there's oak hedges, there's hornbeam hedges.
Well, I just want to vote I'm not in favor of it. But
Because the application is actually for shutters on the house.
No,
No,
is it?
it's
Yes.
a circle, the landscaping is circle.
Okay, what I
Oh.
have down on my thing here as
Shutters.
consent, it says add shutters.
Oh,
Yeah, the application
weird.
has changed perimeter landscaping.
The consented one?
Yeah,
Okay, can somebody,
I see what you mean. It says add shutters.
Yeah.
I think the shutters was already done in color change.
Okay, so
Can we open this up for discussion?
yeah, well, I
Okay, so
believe
can
it
I
is open
comment?
for discussion. Yeah, go ahead.
So these are Italian cypress. They're slow growing. They're mature, what has been planted. My neighbor has these. They've been there for as long as I've been there, and they've grown like 3 feet tall in the last 12 years. They replace a fence that I believe was going to be a 6-foot board fence, yeah, and a 6-foot privet hedge. I'm sorry, the space hasn't changed in terms of what would be utilized for plant material. So I don't have a concern with this. It's probably a more attractive plant in terms of an architectural element than privet. And it'll certainly be quieter because someone doesn't have to be shearing it, although noise is not in our purview.
Yeah.
Isn't it year round?
Yeah, it's evergreen. Privet needs to be sheared at least 2 or 3 times a year.
Yes. Okay,
I
so.
mean, to get the concern, I'm not nullify, I think that this net, this is a better
Okay.
option.
And Abby, you do have,
Excuse me, Mr. Pohl,
yes,
I
ma'am.
kind of have a question.
Yeah, go.
Since it's on the agenda as what
I know.
is wrong, can you really act on it? Or maybe just done next week with the proper scope of work? Because people who looked at the agenda were looking at color change of the shutters.
That's exactly what I did. So the question I have for you, Terry, is can we actually vote this through with the thing saying shutters? Because if I were a member of the public and saw that it was shutters as opposed to a hedge,
I'd be upset.
so I think we gotta, hold
I
this,
think
folks.
Mr. Chair.
better safe than sorry, and open meeting law, it'd just be better to hold it
I'm with you.
till it's
Yes,
correct.
yes.
There is a
Val Oliver.
link to these applications, so if somebody had a concern and they looked at it, they would see it was simply mislabeled, and it says on the application attached with this, changes in perimeter landscaping.
Yeah, but if you have no problems with the shutters, you're not gonna go look at it, and then you're gonna find out it was landscaping.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
problem.
How do you know if you don't look at the shutters, if you don't have a problem with them? I don't agree. I don't
Look
disagree.
at the application.
I don't disagree with Terry in principle. I would suggest that we hold this, ratifying it to the next meeting, ratifying the discussion we had at this meeting at that time.
Yes.
Better safe
All
than
right, so that
sorry.
is Stephen's motion.
I,
Okay, Val.
I'd approve it, but okay.
We are ratifying
I
it at the
gotcha.
next meeting, just to be careful. Diane on Stephen's motion.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. All right, so now down to 7 and 8, 59 Wall-Winnet. We did receive a letter from a neighbor on this.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
should we
sir.
verify that what's in the application is actually what's on the agenda before we begin?
Why not?
I looked at them all ahead of time.
Well, thank you, Val. It's gonna be one of those
Now,
nights.
so
And then, oh, wait a minute.
You know, rest house.
Which one are we looking at?
59 Wall-Winnet. Now, I believe that the reason that this was pulled from consent was because a neighbor had sent in a letter enumerating 3 concerns, one of which was lighting around the pool, one was drainage of the pool into a freshwater pond, and the third was,
Something about the pool.
it was north facing doors. Now, so those were the concerns, the draining of the pond, although I'm sure we all are concerned for our ecosystem out here, is not our purview. Pool lighting, we generally, not generally, like almost always approve pools without having any notations about the lighting. And the third item, could whoever reviewed this, tell us
Is it the
about?
doors
It's
situation?
yes, this is the neighbor's concern.
The doors do not face the road.
They face north, so they're on the
Correct.
side.
They
Yeah,
face the pool, so,
okay.
yeah.
All right, so Regular members, any further discussion, concerns regarding these two applications that were consented?
I don't have any.
If not, I would entertain a motion.
I'll comment.
Oh, Stephen will comment. I'll get to you, Abby.
No, I don't want to say anything.
Oh.
The neighbors.
We read the letter. Oh, the neighbor's here? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, no, you could go to the,
No.
I think that's active. Yeah, so Stephen will hold his comments until after.
Okay, well, you actually already summarized what our concerns were. The drainage, we're just concerned about freshwater pond and also the wetlands that surround both our properties. And we just would like to know more about, how it will be drained, when it will be drained, where it will be drained into. I realize you just said that's not your purview, so I guess we'll. pursue
It's
that
not our
up there.
purview, but do you know offhand if the pool is within a wetland buffer?
I do not know for sure. No, I just not.
Because
learned it
the
on these
easy
things,
answer
but,
there is if it is,
Yeah.
then the Concom does have jurisdiction over
Okay,
that sort
well,
of thing.
we'll perhaps pursue that with them.
Excuse me, we need your name
Oh,
and
sorry.
address for the record.
Right. My name is Carl, actually full name, Walter Carl with a C, Kester, 61 Winnet Road,
Thank you.
and my wife Jane. That was one of them. The other is with respect to lighting, I have no idea what they have in mind. If it's, I've seen pools that have, really, brightly lit up with very high lights and that sort of thing. It would be very detrimental to the general atmosphere around. So we're hoping that wouldn't be the case. Low lighting would be fine. And as for we thought they were windows, but they look like floor to ceiling windows on the north side. And once again, we just had a concern about whether or not that would be a particularly bright lit spot at night, which potentially along with the pool would just create a lot of ambient light that might be, detrimental, I guess.
Understood.
To our,
It
so-
sounds like it's a nano wall.
It is,
and
it's into the living room.
It faces into the yard, into their yard. So that's the answer
That's-
there.
okay.
Our jurisdiction is anything that's visible from a publicly traveled way, which of
Okay.
course would be either Wall Winnet Road or the water.
Right, okay.
Yeah. Which
All
I
right.
believe in your case are east and west, east side or west side. Well, thank you.
Well,
for your
that's it.
concern.
We just wanted to raise it. Hope somewhere along, we're not really opposed to this whole project. We just hope someone along the way notes our concerns and does the
well,
best they can
So
to.
I was going to
yeah.
actually say something, which is if you haven't spoken with either your neighbor or their representative, they could certainly, I'm in the business and,
Mm-hmm.
I tell you, you talk to your neighbor and express your concerns, particularly about the lighting and, I'm
Okay.
sure they'll want to be civil. Yes.
Through you, there is a guest house, a small building between them and you, which looks like, I just looked at the locus map to see your house is a little bit south, north.
Right,
So that guest house
It-
might block a lot of that light.
It might,
from
yeah,
doors and
yeah.
windows.
yeah. It was a little hard for us to tell. We don't
Yeah.
have the experience you all have of looking at plans and figuring out exactly how it's going to work, but yeah.
Might help a little bit.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Stephen, you said you wanted to.
Yeah,
make
sure,
some-
thanks. So I guess I just want to comment because I think it's
Mhm.
helpful. Lighting at front end, as the chairman said, your neighbor. Back end, the town has lighting regulations in place. You want to speak to the zoning compliance officer, Marcus Silverstein, if and when the time comes. You can watch the tape. We'll be at 4:30 or 4:22 or something like that for that information, or just call the plus, look up plus Planning and Land Use Services, and they can direct you. On the windows, I concur as to the view, concur with Commissioner Oliver. And the drainage, two things to be aware of. One, there is a kind of a mild restriction in place for that through the town. But draining a pool is not what you typically do. You don't want to drain it. You want to take a little tiny bit off the top for rainwater. So it stays in the ground, and also said that if you drain at the ground below, you lower the freeze point relative to the bottom of the pool, it will crack the pool. So they should probably not be draining it. I mean, just so you're aware of that. It's not something typically done out here on Nantucket and in a lot of places in the Northeast. Yeah, no, that's why, otherwise I wouldn't have shared it. It's clear you were looking for some information. So
Okay.
hopefully that's helpful. And lastly, we appreciate the fact that you reached out and you even came to visit us tonight.
Yeah. We like an audience. Thank you, Stephen. Okay, with that, should we have a motion on this? Hello? Anyone? Oh, let the record reflect that Jesse Dutra has joined us. It's okay. Val is making a motion? Oh, okay.
Keeps creeping up and then coming back. 'Cause
I'm
otherwise I
moving
get-
closer to you.
I'll make a
There's,
Go, Diane.
all right.
All right,
Can I get clarification?
we will approve, I guess, listening to all the thing down in the answers, that we would approve 1 through 31. On
Well,
consent.
actually, our discussion right at the moment is limited to 7 and 8.
Oh,
The other
just
ones have
7
been
and-
approved.
I thought we had wiped that out. Okay, well then I
No.
make a motion to approve 7 and 8, 59 Walwinet Road.
Thank you. I'm going to hold that motion because I think Stephen, forget it. Oh, no, Stephen's good. Okay, so thank you, Diane. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane on your motion,
Aye,
and I'm in favor. Thank you. Thank you, folks. Okay, now we're on to consent with conditions. Val, you're off. That's it, I believe. Okay, so let's see. Connie, you want to be on this one? Okay. Do we have a motion on consent with conditions?
could I ask you a question?
Yes,
On 98
Yes.
Nantucket Road,
yes.
I couldn't think whether that got down to the town of Nantucket or it was just outside it.
Oh, well, I think that's on the beginning. Like that's just as you're approaching, if that. That's because once you get into Matticat proper, you're into like the hundreds and the 200s.
Okay, because going over the second bridge, then the next number is about that. So I was just making sure it was not where they don't want pools.
Yeah, no, this is not like in Matticat town. This is on the fringe.
Okay.
So can I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
All right, that was a motion to approve consent with conditions. On that motion, Abby,
That's minus 10 Delaney, right?
what?
Minus 10 Delaney.
Ken Delaney, no,
already
that's,
did that one.
yeah, that's gone. We're on consent with conditions now.
Why is it, mine's, oh, anyway, yes.
Okay, thanks. Stephen,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
thank you. Diane on your, thank you, and I'm in favor. All right, so that was consent with conditions. Now on to new business, workshop AP. Oh, no, we're holding the first item of new business. That's workshop. And then we are now at Ms. Laurie Richards at 4 Wood Lily, Cotuit Solar.
Mr. Chair,
I'm
Yes,
I'd like to ask staff to note the hold
It's on
Oh.
hold.
under our repeated postponement of hearings by application agent. Not to suggest that this is repeated,
Mhm.
but the first one
Yeah,
has
thanks.
a thing.
Right.
So should-
Okay. Okay, let's see. Karen.
Yes, I'm here. Okay,
And
can you
this
hear?
this is the regular board, right? Yeah. No one
Yep.
needs to sit off of this.
pretty regular.
Okay.
And can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, Karen.
Great. Okay, so the homeowner, Lori Richards, has been working on getting a solar loan for 3 years and has finally been approved for a fixed amount. And her decision to install solar, not only environmental, but also economic. She's facing rising costs, as we all are, of maintaining her home.
Hmm.
This house is on the corner of Wood Lily and a tiny street, Cranberry Lane. In designing it, I needed to get enough solar panels on the house to make it a financially viable system and justify the loan that Lori was taking out. I was careful not to put anything on the front of the house or anything that would be visible from Woodlily Lane. So all the solar panels are on the back of the house and nothing's visible from Woodlily. Cranberry Lane is a short, narrow street, only traveled by the few houses on that road. The panels would only be visible through a brief window through the driveway, Lori's driveway. And also she has the support of her neighbors who have written letters supporting this solar installation.
Point of order. Karen, through Mr. Chair. Karen, we've adopted some rules and we're requesting for effectiveness and fairness to all applicants that applicants and agents stick to the merits of the architectural elements and their appropriateness. So
Oh, you mean
while I
about,
understand your comments about energy and costs and neighbor support, we need to stick to the discussion of the architectural elements in the context of the guidelines, please.
fair enough.
Okay.
Okay.
I just wanted to present different things like different options that you might have questions about later. So that's why I was telling you about where it would go on the roof and not on
No,
the
I,
front.
Karen, I'm sorry. I'm referring to comments about energy efficiency and costs and loans
Neighbor
and neighbor support.
Yeah.
Those
Okay.
aren't relevant to the architectural elements and the merits.
Okay, all right,
Thank you.
fair enough. So I'll just tell you a few more things. There's a tiny shed on the property, but that's not a viable option because it's completely shaded and there's not enough area for panels. And her property is really small, so the ground mount's not an option. Building a pergola isn't an option because of the loan and the cost. I know you don't want to hear about that, but it's not a possibility. So the only option except for the front of the house are where I have put the panels right now.
Mhm.
And I believe Lori would like to speak as well.
Okay, so you're finished, Karen?
I am.
Lori, your turn.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm not sure what's allowed to be said or not. I just really hope you'll approve. Do you have any questions?
Okay. All right. Is that it, Lori?
That's it. Thank you for being
Thank
here.
you. Thank you. Okay. I guess it's straight to the board on this one. Comments?
I'll go,
Thank you.
as a person on the solar committee.
Mhm.
It doesn't meet our guidelines in terms of roof color. It does meet our guidelines sort of in lack of visibility because it's, I guess, a private way shared by neighbors. I think it's okay. It's the least minimal it could possibly be given its circumstance. It's unfortunate it's a wood roof because I think it will really show up and they're going in different directions, but it is the rear of the house and I'm okay with it.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
I just wanted to clarify that there's none on that front dormer on the front of the house.
There are none on the front of the house.
So I'm okay with this.
Thank you, Abby. Stephen, Diane, comments?
It looks like it is in the back of the house and we probably are not absolutely bound by steel rules. So I would go along with it.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Stephen?
Yeah, I think we need to articulate why we're making exception to the rule. I think that a concession on the, that is a subdivision laid out road. So it's not a private way. And even if it is, it's traveled by the public. Number one. Number two, if we approve it on Cedar and we allow that, then, we've, set a precedent. Diane, I'm sorry, I'm not finished. And we do have rules to follow them. I think we've been talked to about that in the past. Again, not relative to the merits of the application. And we agreed we were going to stick to the merits of the application. So I have no concern with the other elements. I think that without the 4, 5 that are on the private way side, that this is completely approvable. It's even due to the fact, even with respect to the fact that the roof shingles are cedar, and the rationale is that they would not be visible from a traveled way. And I think the rationale for taking away the one panel near the gable valley of the dormer could help to make this approvable on the traveled way side.
Which one are you suggesting?
Oh,
That one.
Because it draws your eye to it. So you eliminate that kind of offset pattern on the visible side.
And Karen, can you fit that same panel on the dormer where there's 3 right now?
I don't believe so. We can try.
I mean, yeah.
Might hang over the edge.
Looks like it's gonna fit.
May I speak?
The other one.
To who?
Oh, yeah, of course you can. No, Diane did speak, right?
No, I wanted to
Yeah,
ask,
she did speak.
I wanted to say one other thing that we should.
Yeah.
include
Go
is
ahead.
that if and when the roof is re-roofed, it will have to be black. Then that gives us a bending of putting it on a wood roof that can't be painted black.
Oh,
I think-
that's a good idea. What I can't speak to is some of these subdivisions, like Woodbury Lane, for example, actually have a requirement that you put a wood roof on. Like you can't just go and put a black asphalt roof on in Woodbury Lane. I don't know whether this subdivision has that same restriction, but
I don't know
So-
either, but maybe
um,
we could
all the
find out
roofs
before we
wood.
did it, and then it would at least
Yeah.
give us, I know that we did that on 2 other solar panels that asked.
We
Would
have
we-
done that before, yes. I'm just saying, in this particular case, I've got a feeling, having been down through that subdivision quite a few times, that all the roofs are
Is our
wood.
wood?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Well, listen, I'm okay with it. I do know this street, and it's like basically a 1-car street. You can't get cars side by side going down. It's hard enough to do on the main street, so I'm okay with this proposal.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir, Stephen.
Karen, where are we with moving that one to the other side of the dormer?
I'm happy to do it, Stephen, but I don't believe it would fit. If it would fit, I would have put a 4th one on there. Because we were trying to fit more, because it's a very small installation.
Just from the distance, are these drawn proportionally and dimensionally correct relative to the roof?
Yes, they are, and they reflect the different, the pitch of the dormer, and that's why it looks a little odd.
Okay, yeah, it looks like there's a little bit more space if you move them towards the front of the dormer. I'm gonna make a motion.
Okay.
Make a motion to approve through staff with the 5th panel of the 5-panel layout relocated to the 3-panel area of the dormer. The approval is based upon limited visibility and the width of the one-way traveled way.
Okay. Yeah, the limited size and
Yeah.
and traffic along that. Okay, that is Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane, Stephen on your motion,
Aye.
and I'll be in favor. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
You have 24 Marion now, right?
Yes. Okay. This is Buddy and Terry Dion. They live on Wiltshire Road, and it's a rough dirt road. It dead ends at their property.
Yeah, yes.
And the Marion Road at that end is impassable. It's an overgrown footpath. So it's not a real road. So the only visibility is on Wiltshire, And again, dead ends at their property. There's large trees blocking most of the visibility of the house from Wiltshire. Ground mount or pergolas are not options. The backyard's small and shaded. There's a tiny shed in the corner, which has room for one panel, but that's not an option with the trenching. And the owners are only interested in pursuing a roof mount. It cannot be put on the back of the house because the back of the house faces northeast and it's a steep pitch. So the production would be too low to make the system viable. So that is it. I know that I believe Terry is here and would like to speak.
Okay.
Let's see, is she here?
Terry?
Hi, everybody.
Oh.
I'm right here.
Oh.
Terry Diane, 24 Marion
Okay.
Street. Marion, let me just, a little quick, whatever, is a paper road right now. We're kind of in the process of trying to get somebody to survey it so we can buy that section of the road, because we can, but it's gonna take a long time when we go through land court and all of that. So that road isn't really a road, it's only on paper. We access the house from Wiltshire, which is accessed from Kendrick. There's 4 houses on our street. I'm the only year-round house. So I haven't really talked to my neighbors because I never see them very often. But the only place to put it is on the front of the house. And I know that you talk about not wanting it to be seen from a public way. But it's not really a public way. I mean, I guess if somebody walks down the road. There are 2 other solar installations on Kendrick. They're both on the back sides of houses, but I can see them as I'm walking my dog down Kendrick Street. So there's that.
Are those the 2
So-
right at the corner? Like if the corner of Kendrick and Wiltshire?
No, one is further down Kendrick
Okay.
on the left-hand side, and then there's one before Wiltshire on the right-hand side.
Okay.
So they're in my neighborhood, and we're just trying to, I don't know, be a little more. Nantucket itself is being really supportive of solar by offering incentives. I think that it's, when we're outside the core district and in a lot like ours, it might be an easier approval. So that's all I have to say.
Can I
to try and
just
keep
get a
that.
clarification from you, Terry?
Sure.
You were talking about opening up a road.
No.
No,
No,
she
no, no.
said
It's a
survey the
paper
road.
We're allowed to buy our section of that Marion Street because it's been approved many years ago.
Oh, like a yard sale thing.
Yeah, exactly. But
Well,
we
so
haven't-
now, let me just ask, so how is that relevant?
Well, it's not it would be another crossroad if it was a road.
Yeah.
Because we're on a
Okay.
corner lot. That's where our
understand. You're
address,
just saying
our
that there
address
won't,
is actually a paper road. We don't even, Wiltshire doesn't have any addresses on it. Nobody even, it goes by 2 different names. It depends on what map you're looking at.
okay,
So,
all right,
yeah, so that's all.
okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Thank you, Terry. And
Here.
thank you, Karen. Are we ready to deliberate on this one,
Address is
folks?
Actually, Marion. Yeah.
All right, Abby, go ahead, thank you.
I'm just clarifying that Wiltshire is the paper road. No. Mar-
Marion.
Let us use that as an address when we go.
Their address is Marion, but it's not a throughway. They use this right here.
Okay, so if I were to defend why I'm saying yes, it would be to keep the vegetation that exists in place in perpetuity. Thank you.
So you're in favor of conditional on the vegetation remaining?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
I'm just looking some stuff up on the JS.
Val,
Okay,
our solar person,
since I'm on the solar
one of
committee.
one of two, by the way.
Yeah, it'd be nice if there was more. So I think the lack of a traveled way is important here, that there is some heavy vegetation, and I might even encourage, if possible, a supplemental vegetation. But it's not a highly traveled way. We've said this in the past before. If you're gonna re-roof your roof, it doesn't look like it, where is Terry? Black. So
It's
when
not
you
black, but it
do
is
that,
asphalt,
or if you
yeah.
do that before you do the solar panels, we'd ask that you do black because they just blend in better. And just as an aside to the rest of the board, we're working on, with some different people, HERS raters and other things, calculations that can be presented to us so we know what's viable and not viable. We're told it's not viable if it's this many, and we're gonna work that out. So
That would be good.
yeah, that's there's my comment.
Okay. Thank you, Val. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Stephen.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but it doesn't meet our guidelines. I'm not going to get into the shared responsibility. We all want to do good by the island. We all want to not have to pay high electric, but we also, the predominant feature of Nantucket homes are their roofs. And there is room, especially if the adjacent roadway gets purchased for a ground array, which happened to make a really nice covered area to sit outside in the shade. They don't have to just be a utilitarian area. We've approved those in town, and they're utilized. I think one of them's like a seating area in a restaurant. So I think it's unfortunate, and to have an application brought before us that clearly doesn't meet our guidelines is, I think, inappropriate. Hate to have to say all that, but those are our guidelines.
Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'll go.
Okay, Diane.
I, unfortunately, with Stephen on this, we don't know what's going to get developed where on these roads out in Tom Nevers. And we put something in, and another year it's wide open and clear. I do think that there's room to do a ground array. We've used it like at 31 Fairgrounds Road, on a flat thing over the cars, and it's not so bad looking, and it may very well do a good job here bringing it down lower than putting it up. But right on the front of the house there's no point in having rules that if we change them for reasons beyond what our rules include. So that's why I would say no.
Okay. Boy.
Can I ask a question real quick about the flat she just mentioned? I'm just curious with that. Over the driveway?
No. Well, okay. So what you mean what Stephen mentioned about the ground array?
Diane just mentioned it too, so I'm just trying to put it back right. Like, I understand that if you have
Yeah, exactly.
additional 15 to 30 feet, whatever we get out of that.
Right.
Okay, but she said something about covering cars. So that was like, is that
Well, I don't know whether we have any carports out here that.
We just approved.
Yeah. That's
We
yes,
approved
we did.
those at 31 Fairgrounds Road. I just said that.
The prefabs that are going up, there's like a carport there where it's going to have solar all over it.
I would vote for a carport,
Sorry?
just so you know.
Yeah.
Oh boy, I'm going to be the tiebreaker here, and I want to approve this. That was me saying I'm getting some feedback.
It's a double on.
Yeah,
Mr. Chair, through you, can I
Yes.
ask Karen a question?
Yeah.
Yes.
Karen,
Yes.
we had somebody come in, I think last week, it was Robbie Newman, and he was proposing his solar panels on the east and said he could get enough energy. There's no flexibility, in your opinion,
What's our
for moving it to
orientation?
another side?
The gable doesn't.
Well,
Yeah, no,
in this case, so sometimes the east works fine, but this is a northeast face and it's a steep enough pitch and it's not going to work here. But there are certainly situations where an east, if it's a little south of east, it can be fine. And a shallow pitch, you can put it on the north side, but not on a steep pitch. It's not going to produce enough, not going to.
yeah, the orientation is just not working in this particular.
And the carport situation, your Fairgrounds Road carport is huge. That's going to produce a lot of solar. These people, to put a structure like that would be over their whole backyard. The cost of that
A point
is
of
so
order.
much different.
No,
It's a 400 square foot array, Karen. It's 20 by 20, whether it's on the roof or on the ground. Not
Right.
the whole yard, which is, I estimate to be at least a 20,000 square foot lot. Maybe it's 10, but it's the difference is, can we please stick to the facts?
Any ground array or carport or infrastructure that you're building is a lot more expensive than putting it on the roof. Some people, it doesn't matter, but most islanders, working people, it puts it over the edge of whether they can do it or not.
Mr. Chair, am I allowed to make a public comment?
Yeah, you can make a public comment.
Sure. So I know the property well. My client
Oh, you
lives
do?
across the street.
Yeah.
It's a dead end. It's a sandy road, dead end. And I just don't think there's a whole lot of issue with putting panels in the front of the house. And we've already made the precedent of panels in the front of houses in the past and panels on shingled roofs in the past. And I think we need to look, I don't know exactly how we want to look at it through, a particular committee or guideline, but each property has a specific, footprint and thumbprint, whatever you want to call it. And they need to be looked at individually, not as a rule. And that's just my humble opinion. And I think this is approvable.
Yeah, I'm looking at the dirt road and the fact that you're going to be coming down that road and turning to the left, or going down the dirt portion. I'm okay with this, and it covers most of the roof. Does somebody want to make a motion? Because I do believe a motion in favor of would pass.
I'll make a motion to approve keeping the
Oh yeah,
existing
keeping the vegetation.
vegetation. I see you've got some pines and some deciduous trees and so forth, but all of those, and to what's your name?
In
Val's
perpetuity.
point. Maybe additional, so that when you're on that paper road and you're looking back at your house, you might want to do additional landscaping to make sure we don't see it. Yeah, we'd be looking for evergreens though, of some sort, cedars or something that would stay, all winter, not like a deciduous tree. But anyway, that's my motion.
Wait, let me make sure I get the motion. And the other thing that Holly wants to make sure that you add is in perpetuity.
Well, I'm a perpetuity person. I said.
Okay, all right.
That's my.
But so is the
that's my
motion to
fallback.
maintain the existing vegetation or to supplement the existing?
And to supplement, if you can see it from the street, but to maintain and to keep in perpetuity the vegetation that exists now.
Okay. But I'm still not clear. The mandate, the requirement is to add vegetation or to leave the vegetation the way it is. Is that your motion?
Well, it's.
You know what
it's
I'm saying?
To maintain and keep the existing and.
Got that part.
Right. And to supplement where needed, if you can see it from a public way.
All right. Well, so Terry, what that means is I'm looking at a photograph right now where you've got that stone wall with the little break and then the lawn. Well, so you've got a massive tree on the left-hand side that's covering the left-hand side of the roof. And then to the right, we're seeing some of the roof, there's like this opening. So to Abby's point, is there something you can do on the right-hand side to fill in that hole? Do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, right there. Well, either a long time to grow or plant it in the front up by, if you planted something up by the,
Stone wall.
if you, there is a birch tree on the right, but so like that wall, if you planted something by the wall, it wouldn't need to be nearly as tall as something closer to the building because of the laws of perspective. No. If it's far, if
So
it's by the
far
stone
away.
wall. Oh, yeah. So I think we're agreeing that something lower and closer to the stone wall would be more effective. And to Abby's point, also evergreen as opposed to deciduous, so that we could knock out that corner. I think that would make us
Okay, I'll make that
happier.
my motion, add to my motion that,
Right.
that you add another tree in next to the stone wall to
To
obscure
the
that.
left, to the right-hand side of that opening. Okay?
By
May
the driveway.
May I ask a question?
Yes, Diane, go ahead.
Is not the big tree on the left-hand side and the tree on the right-hand side, are they not both deciduous?
They are actually they're both deciduous, yeah.
Yes, and when, in the winter, when there are no leaves on it, it will be in direct view of whatever's going on. That's all.
Yeah, okay. I do understand that. Okay, so now Abby has a motion on the floor that includes just adding one evergreen to the right-hand side to close up the gap by the stone wall. That's your motion, correct, Abby?
Correct.
In perpetuity. Okay, so on that motion, Val
Aye.
Oliver, thank you. Stephen? Abstain, okay. Diane?
I abstain too.
Okay, and Abby on your motion?
I'm an aye.
Okay, and I'm an aye, so that is 3 in favor, 2 abstentions. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're to old business. Stephen, if we have an applicant here, Stephen would be chairing the first of the 2 old business. Is somebody on for Tofali that we know of? That somebody would be Frank Daly, presumably.
I'm here.
Frank Daly is here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so it's just
Well-
Stephen then.
Welcome, Frank.
Good evening.
Where are we in the rotation? Do we know?
Oh, no, you got an established board here,
Oh, we
Steve.
do.
Yeah.
I just don't remember hearing this one.
This,
Okay, so Frank, your board is Diane, Abby, Val, Connie, and myself.
right.
And why don't you go ahead and tell us what you got.
I'm on
versus
as
what you
well.
haven't.
I'm the owner, Kim Roy Tafali.
Okay, so welcome.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, could you state your name again?
Kim Roy Tafali.
Kim, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we submitted this a couple of months ago, and at that time there were some the pictures for whatever reason didn't come out very good. So there's a request for new images as well as a updated site map to make it a little bit clearer as to what exactly we were looking for. So I believe you should now have images which are much more clear. You have a site map that is asking for or better clarifies what we're asking for, and it really comes down to that privet hedge that you're scrolling by. As you can see, there's an existing board fence to the left of a small picket gate. To the right of this hedge, there is a long capped picket that runs all the way from this side, Bloom Street, around to the front of Main Street. And what we're asking for is to replace that hedge with the same board fence, which is to the left. Reason being is that we did this project 9 years ago and trying to get this hedge to really take root. It struggled. There's a lot of visibility into the owner's yard. It's pretty spindly no matter what we do. And the thought is to be able to just to continue the fence, the board fence in that small 14-foot section to kind of close off that part of the yard. There's also a bulkhead right behind this hedge. And not to touch ever the more historic looking picket that goes around the house. I did a cursory check in the neighborhood as to other board fences in the neighborhood, which I saw there's two on Howard Street, which is almost immediately across 2 houses down closer to town. On Main Street, 131, 141, 154, 150, 112, 99, 97. There's also a natural board fence on 3/4 of the property of the Greek Revival that's on the corner of Main Street and Pleasant Street. There's 2 other examples on Pleasant Street of board fences. And it goes on and on. I don't want to bore you guys. So I think there's historic precedent. Our owners, when we did this historic renovation, this house originally 1806, they went through every painstaking measure imaginable to respect the history of this house, of this property. I would love for you guys to see all the details. They want to keep with, the historic nature of this property, of this location in the core district. And this is just all we're ever asking for is this 14 feet, no expansion ever. We'd be happy to put that into the motion as well to say never to touch any other portion of the fence. So I hope that further explains it.
Okay, thank you, Frank. Is there any other comments from Kim? Did you want to comment?
Just concur completely with what Frank said. The hedge is just so spindly. It's not attractive, doesn't provide us any privacy. And we really, I just concur with everything that Frank presented. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You read our conduct of hearings. We're talking about when you agree with someone, you say, I concur, and when you don't, you simply state what it is. So thank you for being brief. Who would like to comment? Abby?
Mr. Chair.
Holly, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just want to reiterate from staff and HSAG's comments from the original review of this. There is history, obviously, of this site, and you all approved having that privet there, understanding the reason behind the request. However, Cap 2 picket fence, as shown on the site, should be retained instead of encroaching more of this 6-foot board fence. This is a typical Nantucket. Most of the typical Nantuckets, even on Main Street, don't have a 6-foot board fence. You see that more in the high style structures like the 3 bricks. So I would recommend having more of the type 2 picket fence as Building with Nantucket Mine states. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly.
I'll go.
Actually, Abby was up, Diane.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I was going to say what Holly just said, what would be to, if you're going to add, I would add the white picket fence, just continue that to the gate.
Thank you.
Okay. Diane?
Yeah, I concur with Holly and Abby. It needs a picket fence, not that board fence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Val?
I believe I have a suggestion for a solution if you need privacy near your Bilco, to put a natural to weather board fence behind the hedge. I think it's important to keep some of the green vegetation, which we do require on a lot of fence applications. To have a wall of white 6-foot board fence is just too austere. So if putting it behind the hedge will solve the solution, I would go along with that. Otherwise, you're gonna need to plant something, and I'm not in favor of it being white.
Thank you, Connie.
I'm in agreement with just carrying the picket fence through instead of the whiteboard fence.
Okay, thank you. Frank, Kim, it looks like you've kind of got the die has been cast here. So my comments are more in line with Val's, although I think going with a natural to weather is going to create a little bit of confusion visually. And frankly, well, I won't get into the details of other options because I don't think they're going to work. So
I would ask for more discussion, Mr. Chair.
okay.
I
Yeah.
would change my thoughts to making it white to match as well if it's behind the hedge.
Okay.
Right. Like, like why couldn't you have the picket fence continue and then have a bit of hedge behind to screen the what's that called? Bilco? It can't be Bilco. It's gotta be something else.
Well, it's the
That's a
same thing
bulkhead.
as a Bilco.
Like Sergeant Bilco?
Well,
Yeah.
Bulkhead, thank you.
Bilco
That's
is a
not
type
anymore.
of a bulkhead. It's a manufacturer.
Mr. Chair, if I could,
Go ahead, Frank.
one thought that we've had, and I would just like to put this out for the board's discussion, is that the original structure, the original 1806 structure was that front box. Before you could see where there's the cut in, where the windows that we're looking at right there. And the board fence, in our estimation, lines up very well with running to that original historic structure, which then changes the picket, which kind of surrounds that original 1806 structure. So in our estimation, and part of my client's thinking was that as you're stepping into what was at one point an addition, that's kind of where the change would be. It also looks a little bit currently with the hedge, the gate, the board fence, it looks a little bit broken up. And in our mind, again, in our estimation, it would give a little more continuity to the overall look, and it also kind of reflect better that the original historic mass is surrounded by the picket. The additive massing follows the board fence. So that's just something that we're thinking that I just wanted, on the table for discussion.
If I could just add, I would just encourage you to think aesthetically. If we continued the picket as you recommend, it really is less aesthetically pleasing because you're looking at the bulkhead and the cement foundation. And to add the board fence behind the privet, with all due respect, the privet has been problematic and is not attractive. So, our thought was to do as Frank is suggesting, and that is to have clean lines and to have the picket surrounding the original box of the home. This has really been kind of an ongoing wish, and thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to suggest, well, I'll make a couple quick comments and then I'm going to suggest that we hold this for additional information with some revisions. I think, it seemed like the die was cast. It seems like maybe there is some opportunity for changes here. So I'll go ahead and comment. The existing 6-foot fence, if that's what it is incongruent with the simplicity of the picket gate. The kind of start, stop of the 4 different elements being the existing fence, the existing gate, the privet, and the existing picket fence, I think is distracting. It takes away from the overall presentation of the structure, even though it is the rear of the structure. Still got plank frame windows. It's still, it's not unattractive. I would suggest that you all come back with a revision. Other comment I wanted to make is, I understand, Holly, your comment, and Sags. For me, it's about the starkness of the fence, the white fence. And I'd also contrast that with the privet, if it were whole and full, is a nice tall green structure, but it is still a tall green structure. So a 6-foot fence could conceivably be shorter than that. For me, the success of this looks more like climbing hydrangea on the outside of every other section of the fence, which is consistent with our guidelines. Somewhere in there, some type of a small patio tree to break up the kind of vertical element. And I think between and I'm not suggesting like some large tree that's going to obstruct everything. working out the details of what's going to be at behind the picket. It may be that you guys come in with a landscape plan that indicates that the privet is actually going to be shorter, and it's going to extend on both sides, and that will be your greenery, and it can be broken up with some other vertical plant element like a tree. But for me, also, that picket fence needs to be addressed. It should be consistent with the fencing material. I'll say finally, I think that fence is way too formal as exists. It would be outside of our purview, the existing board fence, to suggest removal. But I just, in saying that the gate needs to be more formal, I don't want to mislead you, at least in terms of my own thoughts. It should just try to match to some extent what's there. I know that's a lot, but I wasn't going to even get into any of that. Do we have support to a motion for revisions?
I would support revisions. I think that we should get another plan of what could go there, because you can't sit there and say that the hedge isn't growing, so therefore we cut it down. There are different ways to bring a hedge up and grow in this island. And I think this is a historic house with a going down and wide open to the main street and coming down the side street. And I think we should continue with the picket fence, which is what it came from. And if we need picket fence in front of the hedge, I don't know why that wasn't done when that board fence went up. But I think the board fence is inappropriate at the house and should have gone back down to the rear. You said we don't have the opportunity to cut it back, but I certainly don't think it should go forward. So I would make a motion for revisions. I don't know what other information one needs, but that's what my motion would be.
Good, thanks, Diane. I'll just clarify, my comment wasn't about cutting it back, it was simplifying it. But in any event, on the motion, Diane?
Yeah.
Val?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. All right. Thank you, Frank and Kim.
Thank you for your time.
All right,
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
well, thank you. Now the baton goes over to Abby. You're
Oh,
chairing now.
I'm withdrawing this.
What do you mean withdrawing it?
What number is this?
Are you holding it or are you like withdrawing?
I mean, I can hold it for another week and see if they respond, but it seems as though they're not interested in moving forward, so.
Oh.
Let me just hold it for the second week,
Yeah.
my 2 strike. And if they don't get back to me, I'll withdraw it.
Bases are loaded.
Yeah.
2 strikes.
Yep.
I make a motion to hold 1 Windsor Road for one more attempt.
All in favor of Diane's motion?
You got a roll call.
Let's see. Aye. No. Terry, Carrie,
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Motion, and I'm an aye.
There you go. Thank you, Abby. All right, now we're on to new business of 1025. First up, 8 Sparks Ave. Do we have somebody to rep? Come on.
No.
No?
It seemed pretty
No.
straightforward to me, but.
Well, Sparks Ave.
It's right on the corner when you come out of the bank.
Is it, well, hang on. I don't want to open it without representation unless, if it's, should I not?
The downside is they want to replace it with vinyl, so yeah, I told it. Motion to
Oh.
hold.
Yeah.
For
we gotta-
representation.
We gotta hold that, okay. Guys, remind me, and I guess maybe
We don't
Terry,
need to.
we don't need to do a motion on this because doing a motion would establish a board.
Oh, okay.
So we're gonna bypass that one.
Okay.
Okay, so that brings us to 10 Lincoln Ave. Matthew, approach the bench. Let's see, are there any, we have people on Zoom that would like to speak on this? And is there anyone in the room that wants to speak on this? Just so I know.
On Zoom, Peter Ernst would like to at the appropriate time.
Oh, okay, yes, thank you, Peter. All right, Matthew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an application for a cabana, pool cabana. It's located at the rear of the property. It's a one-story structure. I believe it's 16 feet tall, and its primary purpose is pool bath, interior gathering space, some storage space, and an outdoor covered porch gathering space, if you will. It's located at the rear of the property, behind what we hope to get approved as a garage. And I think the visibility is going to be pretty minimal from Lincoln Avenue. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, and also all the trim details, colors, window configurations match that of the main dwelling.
Okay, thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this property is 10 Lincoln Ave. The main dwelling on the lot is the 1902, the Binnacle, which you've seen before you for changes. The cabana, it has a 5-unit bifold French door, which is not appropriate, should be reduced to 2. The single French door should also be a 12 light with a kick panel, as what you typically see. HSAG also provided comments along the same lines that the 5 ganged French doors may be visible from Capalm Road and are not appropriate. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Okay, Mr. Ernst, you get the mic now.
Absolutely, in less than a minute. My name's Peter Ernst, Chairman Poll and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the neighbors at 11 and 13 Lincoln. Focus of my comments are on the public view from Lincoln Avenue. I'd like to ask HTC to consider the appropriateness of holding to track, I think that's your language, the 2 10 Lincoln Avenue requests in today's agenda until the meeting at which all 4 of the 10 Lincoln Avenue HTC requests can be discussed. The 4 requests are linked, and the risk of hearing the pool, cabana, and poolscape requests, which are on the agenda today, is that any approval, even with restrictions, has the possibility to limit HTC's consideration of the garage demo, the new garage, and the new Lincoln Avenue driveway. In quick summary and in partial review of my comments from last week, I'm asking HTC to consider the appropriateness of the proposed new garage's proximity to the main house, the new garage's closeness to Lincoln Avenue, the appropriateness of any new Lincoln Avenue driveway when there's an existing driveway from Capalm. And my final note is, please note that the existing driveway from Capalm is shown on the pool spa hardscape diagram. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, Commissioner Pohl, Chairman Pohl, sorry.
Thank you. Thanks for those comments. Anybody else? Arthur, were you going to speak on this?
I only if needed, nothing on this application, possibly on the next one.
Okay, all right. Now, so to your point, Mr. Ernst, I've already sort of considered this. Now, this is a relatively simple structure. I do want to hear the board comments, but I will say this. If perchance we do happen to approve this or approve it conditionally or whatever, that doesn't sort of by default mean that we would be approving the garage or the drive in the location that Matt is currently showing on his plans. Those are still very much under review. So I just want to assure you that, you know, if this building, this small building does get approved, and we have issues with the garage, well, Matt and his client would need to think about how to alter things to satisfy this board. Having said that, I'd like to actually hear what the board's comments are on this building.
I have a comment.
Well, you can all go. We have time for all of you. Go ahead,
I
Val.
like the idea of reviewing them all at one time. I think that's smart.
Okay.
But the other thing that confused me is the pool application shows an extra lot between this property and the street. And this application, as I perceived it upon looking at it the first time, and understanding HSAB's comments were that the property line shown here backs up to Capam, so, Matt.
Mr. Chair, through you, I could answer that.
Could you? Yeah.
Yeah, so the property has been subdivided. The rear portion of the lot, a rear portion of the larger lot has been subdivided. The owners have always maintained that they want to keep that lot for their children. They don't have any plans to build on it at this stage. So to your point, Val, the lot line that we're showing in this application is reflective of the new lot delineation. So there is essentially another lot between this and Capam.
Which I think is important for visibility purposes. But that was my question. Thank you.
Any comments on the, well, I know that you want them all to be reviewed
Yeah.
together. So you're withholding comment on the application for that. Okay, Abby.
So I have the same, I'd like to see them all together because I want to know if it is appropriate to have another curb cut off Lincoln if there's already one. So I want to kind of consider that.
Well, I mean, we're not talking about the landscape, but the plan is, and really always has been, is to add a curb cut off of Lincoln. And I know that there's mixed feelings about that, but that has always been our plan. And again, the rear lot that's on Capam will, I'm sure, eventually have a curb cut, but that's not really part of our plan at this point. We're not planning to do anything with that lot at this point or the near future, except screening.
So there wouldn't be a back access off the pond.
Not to this property, no.
Because the site plan that I'm looking at.
Maybe we could.
Yeah, no, there would be a curb cut that would serve that lot eventually, but our primary focus is coming in off of Lincoln.
I'd like to hear what the Western Board has to say about.
Yeah.
Right, because something just came clear to me. Now I totally understand.
So what's confusing to me is that, because you brought it up, there is a driveway, right?
On Capam?
No, on Lincoln
No.
already.
No.
So what am I looking at in existing view number
No.
2?
There's only, I know this house well, and there's only a drive off to this lot off of Capam at the moment.
I think that's a walkway
Oh, okay.
coming in from Lincoln.
Okay, so that was it, Val?
I'll-
Okay, Diane, your turn, go ahead.
I agree that we should look at them all at once. Otherwise, we approve something, we get screwed on something else coming up. So I think that I would appreciate waiting until we had all four together so we can see what the final results will be.
Okay, fair enough.
Mr.
Thank you.
Chair,
Holly, yes.
Arthur Reed has his hand up.
Oh, Arthur, do you want to say something now?
Yeah, just to clarify, yes, the property has been subdivided. This lot is in separate ownership from the land fronting on Capon now. It's in separate record ownership at this point. So the only frontage that this lot has is on Lincoln Avenue. And therefore, it obviously needs to have a driveway coming in from Lincoln Avenue. And I would point out that I've taken a look at the GIS map showing Lincoln Avenue, showing Lincoln Circle and the part of Lincoln Avenue like this, that's basically between the cobblestone road and the beginning of the circle. And I see at least 12 lots, from what I can tell from the GIS, at least 12. And there are a couple others that I can't quite tell without looking at them in the field, have driveways coming in from Lincoln Avenue. So I think it's hardly unusual to have driveway accesses from Lincoln Avenue. Again, I may have more to say about this as we go through it further, but I do want to clarify the situation, make sure that you all understand that the driveway access from Lincoln Avenue is basically required in connection with this property. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Arthur. Stephen?
Unvarnished. I think we just spent 10 minutes talking about an application we're not going to talk about. Like, this is crazy. A motion to hold this and the other until we discuss the garage.
Okay, So on Stephen's motion,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
could I just ask a request of the board?
No, I'm sorry, Matt. There's a motion on the floor. I'm going to insist that we vote.
It's
Okay.
relevant. Is there any way that this could be tracked to next week? Just because we heard the first one last week and they're spread, and just instead of waiting the 5 weeks, I was wondering if we could look at them all together. It's not next week, maybe the week after. That was my only suggestion. I apologize for interrupting the
I
motion.
believe that was my motion. We all need to review with you.
And the other ones are, oh, well, it doesn't matter to me. But so that is the motion. On Stephen's motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen on your motion, and I'm in favor.
Thank you very much.
So now let me just take a wild guess here. Are we going to do the same thing with the landscaping, hardscape, gate, pool, spa? Okay. Oh, that would be Elizabeth. We're going to
Yes.
save you some trouble right now, Elizabeth. Okay, so that is going to track with the other applications, just the same way
Thank you.
the pool cabana was. That was your motion, right, Stephen? Okay. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby, Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and Ray, aye. Okay. Now, this number 4 is actually, Mirka's doing the landscape for my application, which is further down, which we may or may not get to tonight. But so could we hold that, just pass over it, in the hopes that we get down to my architectural thing? Yeah, it's further down.
So I'm
looking
gonna-
for it.
Do you not want to be involved in this because it's your
Well,
job?
I can't be.
Okay, so-
I'm actually, I should be standing up there, but I'm playing the representative.
Yeah.
I'm just basically saying there's no point in reviewing the landscape until you see what the.
Yeah, no, I was just going to cut you right out of it. So can I get a
Okay,
motion to hold this to be heard with number
Um,
4
Yeah,
of
that's my
11-1?
Excuse me, there was discussion previously that when you skip over something, you don't make a motion on it,
Well,
because
I'm
that
making
does
a
set the board.
Oh, Jesus. Carrie, I'm asking for a specific motion for a specific outcome. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to have, what's
To have this follow number 4 of 11-1
To have
business, old business.
32 Jefferson follow number 4 on old business. Jefferson.
Thank you. On the motion, Abby, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
myself, and Carrie, you're active on this.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen. Okay, so the remaining applications at 29 and 27 Fair Street have been officially held. We all have that little notation. So that brings us to 27 Fair, but I believe that the 27 and Fair and 29 Fair, but those will also be held, correct? Okay, so, and we're not going to do a motion on those either. They're just going to roll. Okay, which brings us now to Ben at 21 Vestal. Ben?
Mr. Chair, may I take a quick break?
Sure, of course you
And we've got to enlist a,
Yep. Have we heard from Mr. Dutry yet this evening?
no.
Other than as a
You wanna
concerned
use
citizen?
this? You see it?
So Jesse, you want to sit in on this one? Actually, you'll sit in on all 3, 21 Vestals.
And
okay?
Carrie too, because I'm going to step off.
Okay. All right. So Terry, just so that you're clear, the board members that will be sitting on the 3 applications for 21 Vestal will be Jesse, Abby, myself, Diane, and Carrie. Okay? I think
Okay.
that's okay. There we go.
For clarification,
Yes,
Val and Stephen,
yes.
are they going to be recorded as not present?
They
or as
are outside
open?
of the room.
Okay, I am
They are
recording
not
them as not present.
Correct. Thank
Which
you.
means without Mullen reading
Yeah,
back in,
no, I hear
et
what
cetera,
you're saying, and I
I
appreciate
just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, very good. All right, so 21 Vestal Shed, go. Ben.
Yep. So, boy, probably 2 months ago now, you guys approved the removal of an existing shed from this property and this location. It was given to the Children's House of Nantucket Montessori School, and now clients would like to replace that old shed with this new shed. It's on Vessel Street, but there is a little side alley there. It's a private way that it's sort of on, but it's a darling little shed. That's it.
That's it. Okay, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this property at 21 Vestal Street is, just for context, is a circa 1925 bungalow type dwelling. And for some reason I don't have that. I don't think we had any concerns on this proposal. It's very typical of what you all see. Gave Eve forward, no concerns.
On the shed.
On the shed.
Yeah.
On the shed.
Okay. Comments from the board?
I completely agree.
Thank you.
I agree.
All right, Diane's in,
No concerns.
Jesse's in.
No concerns.
Oh, boy, we have consensus. Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion
All
to
right.
approve.
Oh, sorry, Abby beat you to it. But Diane, on Abby's motion to approve.
Aye.
Thank you. Jesse?
Aye.
Very good. Carrie?
Aye.
Abby on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, next up, cottage deck and shower.
Yep, so there's an existing cottage on the property. It was a converted garage back in the 90s, I believe. We're looking to add an outdoor shower in the rear and just kind of improve the front little deck piece on the front. There's just a little stoop there now. And that's it.
Very good. Holly?
For the record, that structure actually has an HTC survey on file.
Oh, my.
Yeah, imagine that. And it actually is 1975, so it's at the cusp of whether it's contributing or not contributing, but for the record, it does have HTC survey. And there are no concerns on the proposal.
Very good. Board members?
I'll go. No concerns.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Anybody?
No concern.
All right, it's motion time.
Motion to approve as submitted.
There we are. Thank you, Diane. On that motion, Jesse?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. All right, you got two. Main house, new, seriously, new stoop? Is that it?
Yeah, but it is actually,
Highly controversial?
well, not highly, but.
Road.
So, yeah, so on the main house.
And you were doing so well.
Yeah, you know. So the front of the house, if we can look at the front elevation, that front picture is really helpful too. So currently there's a front stoop that comes off the front door and goes directly onto the asphalt. Now, an important part of this picture is you'll notice there's no yellow line in front of that front stoop. So 6 months out of the year, my clients can't actually use that.
That's,
front at
I
all.
mean, that's not funny, actually.
Yeah,
but
it's kind of frustrating. So, the goal number one is to create a friendship stair so that they no longer have to walk out the front door and look at a parked car blocking their access. So so that's the kind of the first reason that we're going to this friendship stair. Then the second thing is that this client, she's a grandmother. She has her daughter and family live closer into town, and they walk to her house whenever they do. And so the front stoop is a place where she likes to spend time, wait for her family to show up. It's kind of a space for her to kind of enjoy the streetscape and wait for her family. So she's looking for a little bit more elbow room on that front stoop so that she can spend time there and kind of greet her family as they come to see it. So it is a 6-foot projection from the front of the house. Maybe that's a foot heavy, but it is a place that she does want to use for a specific purpose. So that is the reason why it's a little larger.
Thank you, Ben. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, for the record, the main dwelling on the lot is a circa 1925 bungalow. I say ish because it It's a little bit bigger than a bungalow, but it has that bungalow style. This new stoop, comments on that are the existing stoop is more appropriate and traditional with this type of dwelling. Friendship stairs are for a high style 19th century structure. This is out of place. The proposal does not conform to the existing architecture. It should be kept as is or redesigned, understanding the intention of why it being redesigned. I have two recommendations. One would be either to design it so that the stairs, it's not a friendship stair, it's a traditional where the stairway comes on the side. But two, possibly talking to the town on maybe putting in removing that as a parking space. I do know that there's a process with that where they would have to add one somewhere else, but maybe that is also something to look into. HSAG had comments as well. The proposed changes suggest more of a new deck rather than a stoop, which is not appropriate right on the street. And the friendship stairs should be changed to a single stair. So those are our comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Okay, board
Can I go?
members. Yes,
I'll go.
go ahead, Diane.
If you have seen or somebody can drive down it, if you go down and look at 9 Union Street, the people who owned that, who were old Nantucketers, he used to sit out there. It's a side entrance staircase. It doesn't come out onto the street, but it is wide enough that he used to sit there and watch, read the paper, all that stuff. And I think that's the answer. I think this is a little one-story thing. To put a big friendship staircase on it is not fitting or keeping. Try the one, look at that. And it was plenty of room and he had lots of room, could see what was going on. It sent the traffic on the side, not out onto the street. And it fit in with the architecture age of the house. That's what I think.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Who'd
I'll
like-
go.
Oh, sorry, Esme. Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry, there's a member of the public.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's see.
Oh, Erica Mooney.
No, Erica?
Yeah.
Oh, Erica, go ahead. Sorry.
She's muted.
Yeah, you're on mute right now.
Hi,
Hi there.
it's Erica Mooney. Sorry, I'm
Yes.
listening to this in the car. And I just wanted to make 2 comments about this.
Mhm.
One, if they do want to get rid of the parking space in front of them, they can contact traffic safety. And that would be the process to remove the parking space. But well, that would be part of a process, but that's where you start. Number 2, if that stoop increases by a foot, I think I heard them say that it, you know, the asphalt is right in front. I don't know where their property line is, but if they currently encroach into the right of way, and then they encroach even more, anytime you touch something like that, you're gonna need a license agreement through the town.
Erica,
Yeah,
I think I can answer that one. So right now, there's a staircase that goes beyond the stoop that goes up to the property line. So when you remove the staircase, I think that allows you room so you're still inside of your property line. Is that correct,
all right,
Ben?
I just wanted to make that note.
Yeah, thanks for both those comments, actually.
Okay.
Erica, is it true that if there's a yellow line put there that the owner would have to replace the lost parking space elsewhere?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay,
If it's access question, not necessarily. But
okay,
if you're trying to say remove a yellow line to create an off-street parking space, then it's usually yes. But if it's
Right.
because you literally can't get into your house, it's a little more flexible for that.
should be, yeah. Okay, Erica, thanks a lot for your comments.
Sure thing.
All right. Okay, let's see, where were we? Board members, yeah.
I'd go along with having it only, steps on only one side and bringing it back a foot from the street.
You read my mind. Read my mind.
Well, I've been holding it on my tongue for about.
Ben, would you have a choice of which side, if you had to
I would take
remove?
the driveway side.
You'd take the driveway side,
Absolutely.
okay.
And if you brought it back a foot, you'd
Yep.
still be able to pass between it and the fence.
Yep.
Are you gonna extend the fence, close the gap of the fence? There's a natural to weather fence
Right,
right
we
up
want
to
to run
this.
that fence across, straight
Right,
across still, and have a
right.
planting
Sure.
bed between the fence and the
Yeah.
balcony. or
Right.
Whatever.
So you can still pass by.
Yep.
Jesse, anything?
Yeah, I think that's both good suggestions. Maybe to help the applicant a little bit, we can add a little bit of porch to the right of the stairs to give them a place to greet their family, loved ones. But other than that, I think everything else sounds good.
I think we're,
that was part of it.
yeah, we were kind of,
Keep the width.
you keep the width the way it is shown on the drawing of
Yeah,
the,
to
of the
the
deck portion.
Outside of the 2 windows.
Go from 6 feet to 5 feet.
Yep.
And drop the one length of stair on the right-hand side, right? Yeah. Does somebody want to make that motion?
That's the motion.
Okay.
I'll make it.
So Carrie has made a motion to approve this through staff, making the deck portion 5 feet rather than 6 feet deep, and getting rid of the right-hand half of the friendship stair. On that motion, Jesse,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
carry on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay. Good-o. So that's the end of that. Now we're at 15 Shimo Pond Road. Sure. The two at 15, the two, okay, so you're going to go, so Connie, you can sit on the two with us at 15 Shimo Pond Road, okay? Sound good? All right, Ben.
Who stepped off this one?
Okay, so Abby is off. She's not out of the room yet, but she's going to be. And Connie's in. So we have Steven's back, Val's back. I never left. Diane never left. Okay, Ben.
Yeah, so this is an existing shed, probably built in the 90s, early 90s maybe. And we've already actually consented it being moved on to Jason Finger's property at Oak Hollow. So the move off, hoping it's gonna be fine.
Oh, we consented to move on?
Yeah, you consented to the other side of the move.
Okay.
So anyway,
Motion to approve is submitted.
Yeah, we don't have any visuals, but.
No,
Oh,
I mean,
actually,
it's
you-
on your iPad, your new iPad.
I don't know where the cord to this thing is. I haven't
Doesn't
found
have
the
a
cord.
cord.
They're pre-charged.
Wow,
That's what
okay.
I'm talking about.
So there is a motion on the table to approve the move off of the shed, which apparently has already been approved to be moved on elsewhere. On Val's motion, Diane,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, so that's that. And now, new shed, same location, same board.
Similar location, yeah, but same.
Okay, same
Can
property.
we get another set of plans up? Sorry. What's here is a little old.
Hold on.
They're coming.
So is Christmas.
Nothing to say on this, right, Ben? No.
You know, details to match the existing main house, the mixing pool house.
Okay.
Can I go?
Yeah,
I
please.
concur with Ben.
You concur with Ben? Did Ben say it was a good project?
He said nothing to say other than it matches up
Oh,
and it looks
there you
fine.
go. Okay, very good. Thank you, Stephen. Anybody else?
No, I'm good with it.
Okay,
But
Connie's.
wait, Diane needs to see it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I see it. It finally came up. It's good.
okay. Can we motion?
Motion approved is submitted.
All right, so Stephen has moved to approve as submitted on that motion. Connie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Very good. Stephen on your
Aye.
motion, and I'm in favor. Okay, that was that. Okay, now this next one I need to recuse from. That's land bank. So Stephen, can you take that one?
Gotcha.
And you know what? I'm just, Ben, if you don't mind, I'm going to sit off of your next three so I can have pizza time. Okay?
No,
No.
Oh, Jesse's not here.
Oh, Jesse, so.
Oh, easy. I'm sorry, up there. Sorry, Jesse.
1, 2, 3.
No, we're good.
Yeah, we are good, actually.
I just was uncertain if he left. So we're
So-
doing 76, I think it is, Millbrook Land Bank. Ben, you're representing. You want to go ahead?
Yep, so the land bank has purchased this property at 76 Millbrook at the north pond of the Hummock Pond system. Really beautiful location. The house was built in 1986. It is hemmed in by, of course, the pond to the west and a very large wetland to the east.
don't see an
The land
application
bank,
there.
we do have a process, or I'd say we, as in I also work with the land bank on these things, to kind of identify these buildings, to see if they can be moved, what can be done with them. We've had a builder or a mover come out and look at it. It's a kind of a complicated building. It needs to be cut into quite a number of pieces. So the move off is complicated. To actually add to that complication is the only Millbrook Road, the road layout into this property is a dead end at this point, but the road layout actually is mostly in the wetland. So to get the building out would probably be a Concom no-go. So moving off is very difficult, if not going to happen for this building, unfortunately. But we have taken another approach, because instead of seeing this building go to the dump or get carted off, we are now looking at basically using it as an organ donor. So this is Mary Bergman's lingo for this building. The land bank has a number of construction projects going on to renovate existing structures, to improve their housing situation. So this building is going to become sort of the organ donor for these projects. So interior doors, cabinetry, toilets, sinks. It is going to become a kind of warehouse for their materials, flooring, stuff like that. So it'll be salvaged through the land bank for their other projects, but technically, eventually, it'll become a carcass and have to be demolished. So the garage will remain. Eventually, you will see the ultimate landscape goal of this property is to be added parking for kayak launching on the pond and a small bird watching platform. And the garage will remain for equipment for the land bank. But at this point, the application is specifically for the building to be demolished or dismantled.
Okay, thank you, Ben. Any comments from the public? Anyone in hand?
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to confirm on the age of the structure of 1986, and bravo to the land bank. Thanks, Ben, for them wanting to do the salvage aspect of things. Understanding that this is not a contributing structure, but having structures being salvaged that are not, it obviously is something that's not in the landfill. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Sally. Anyone from the public on the screen?
Oh, no.
Okay. Val, would you like to start?
Yeah, I second Holly's perspective. Thank you. That's exactly what we'd like to see if buildings can't be moved, to scavenge everything they can. So thank you. No problem with the application.
Okay. Diane?
I totally agree. I think it's great to start an architectural warehouse that stuff is available. Great.
Okay, thank you. Connie?
Agree with the organ donation.
Carrie?
Yep, me too.
Okay, yeah, all boxes are checked. Check with the building commissioner on noticing. Just make sure there's some stuff there you can address. How about a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
On your motion?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay. All right, we're on to 1 Twin Street, paint foundation, add window. Oh, Ben, it's you again.
Last one, promise.
Oh,
No, it's
you got
not.
18 Mount Vernon.
No, it's not.
I don't know why.
Oh, okay. Why don't you go ahead and tell us what you got?
Yeah, so this house, boy, I don't know the original age of the structure, but it went through a major renovation like 15 years ago or so. And right now, the owners would only like to request a new window, as indicated on this elevation here, and to paint the brick foundation. I believe it says Gardner Green. I think the typical green foundation for that area is not Gardner, but Essex Green. So we're happy to transition to the typical green for that area. The brick is not original. It appears to me to be the whole foundation was replaced and the house is renovated. But anyway, so that's an application.
Okay, thank you, Ben. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1833 federal style. It's actually called the James and Deborah Pinkham Eldridge House. It was built by James T. Eldridge, and this was in the Norcross family from 1901 to 1993. This is one of our new updated Form Bs, aka HTC surveys based on our survey project. So very extensive. And to answer Ben's question, it was in 2009 that this had some work done to it, including the raising of the basement. The federal style dwelling retains its original orientation, form, and massing. Although in 2009 it was remodeled, including the proposed or the foundation that this is regarding. Since the Gardner Green is not on the HDC approved list, I would recommend having the color be a approvable color, which is on your list. So I'm glad to hear Essex Green is amendable to the applicant. HSAG did have comments. They said okay with the window, and I would also agree okay with the proposed window. Would prefer Essex Green for the foundation. So it sounds like we're all in agreement. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Thanks, HSAG. Who'd like to go?
I'll go.
Okay, Bill.
I'm okay with this application being
Alrighty.
Essex Green.
Okay.
I'll go.
Go ahead, Diane.
I'm for it also with the Essex Green.
Okay, we got 2 4s. Connie?
4.
4 4s and a 5th 4. Motion?
Motion to approve with the foundation being Essex Green rather than Gardner Green.
On your motion?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Stephen? Aye. Okay, carries unanimously.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay. On deck 18 Mount Vernon Street, hardscaping. Hey, welcome.
Hi, everyone.
I thought you were just here to audit us this evening, Mickey.
No, not at all. I've got an application.
It's good to see you.
Yes, welcome to the HTC.
Not on Zoom.
I know.
Okay, why don't you run us through it?
We're just asking for to replace a pre-existing 6-foot stockade fence. I've got actually better photographs than this.
Yeah, please.
Just that.
I actually went over.
Yeah.
So this shows, doesn't really show the driveway.
Sorry to see it.
Those bushes are beautiful.
Diane, just so you're aware, Mickey's provided an image that just shows the left side of the structure, which is where the driveway is, and it's a kind of a clear shot.
You should have the digital in there. It might not be in that PDF, but it should be in the line.
All right, well,
I might have one too.
Just adding the fence.
yeah, it just shows the left side where the fence would be.
Right.
Can we go to the elevation that shows the left side where the fence would be? Diane, do you want to look at the site plan first, or did you preview?
No, I saw the site plan. Thank you.
Okay, so this is what we're looking at.
So to add to that, we're also putting in an outdoor shower.
Okay.
Which is, well, if you look at the site plan, you'll see it's sort of to the back of the property.
Okay.
And there's a fence just like this to the left neighbor.
Are you asking or
Same type.
testifying?
Yes.
Yes, there is.
I'm commenting.
Okay.
Pointing it out.
Would you like to start?
Sure, I have no problem with it. It's common in that neighborhood, obviously right next door. I think there might be another one somewhere down, whatever. I'm okay with this.
Okay. Val?
Ditto.
Diane?
Yep.
Connie? Holly? Sorry. I know this is green. I should have asked you.
No, it's okay. Just for the record, it's the 1875 structure within the OHD. And while I was a little hesitant, I know HSAG didn't have any concerns, but I was a little hesitant in having a board fence. However, Mickey provided precedent right next door, so I think it has that. No problem with this proposal. Thank you,
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
thanks, Holly. Any other comments from the commissioners? How about a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, thank you, Diane, on your motion.
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. That carries unanimously. Thanks for coming in, Mickey.
Thank you.
Can you pass that? Oops, sorry.
You want to sit back?
You can go.
Okay.
I'm
So we're
gonna
going to
guess-
do 1 Chestnut Street
And this one.
roof replacement. I'm gonna get a pen
They
out.
generally don't show up, so. we
Mr.
should
Chair.
just
They
read-
generally
Yeah,
don't show
Go
up.
ahead, Holly.
So, yes, the applicant typically doesn't. For the record, this is a circa 1846 Greek revival, 2.5-story, 3-bay with a twin-end chimney. The applicant's requesting to go from 3-tab to architectural Maury black. Obviously, Maury black is a allowable color, actually more preferable than pretty much anything else for architectural or any type of asphalt shingle, I should say, within the OHD. And I know last week I talked about Salem Historic District, but I also received another comment from Cambridge Historic District, and I wanted to just read this into the record for your knowledge. They said that the commission also underwent the 3 tabs were not introduced until the 20th century, and our preference for them today may be based more on our familiarity than their appropriateness for older buildings. So I just wanted to reiterate a concept that we're not the only historic district in Massachusetts that's kind of grappling with this whole 3-tab versus architectural. So no concerns, Mr. Chair. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you, Holly. Who would like to go?
I will.
Go ahead.
No concerns, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Diane?
No concerns.
Connie?
No concerns.
Carrie?
Same here.
Okay, yep, that'll carry with a motion.
Motion to approve
On
as
your
submitted.
motion?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, so that carries unanimously. 8 Priscilla Lane, Vale Oliver. So Jesse, you'll be on this one. Sorry, I apologize. What had you the last one, but I didn't see
sorry.
you sit down. Oh, you're going to do this one?
I can.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Let's see, who's with us?
Do you want me to start or wait?
No, you can go.
Okay.
Priscilla
Lane is a little.
Wait, can I just say something?
Okay.
I want to establish who your associate member is. What's the rotation right now? Anybody know? Jesse? Okay, Jesse's on. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Priscilla Lane is a U-shaped street, dirt road off of Pilgrim, consisting of many different styles of houses. This is Gardner McDonald, not the father, the son, building between his dad and his sister. I have given you some context photos on the cover page with the variety of styles there. He will be next to his sister, which is a 2.5-story box. This building's 27.5 in height. Let's see, it's a modular. Natural to weather trim, black sash, black roof, black doors. And then I would say the only thing I have to add is that we're gonna move the cellar stairs to the other side, but I'll come back with that later. Because by the time I put this in, they changed it. That's it.
Okay. Thanks, Val. HSAB on this?
No HSAG, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to mention that this is an infill lot within the historic district. It's on it does back up to Westchester Street, one of the oldest streets in Nantucket. But based on the site plan, the topography, I don't think this is really going to be visible, but it would blend in with more of this contemporary side of Westchester. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Oh, and Holly, thank you for that. I should mention there's a significant drop off to Westchester, so this is up on the Priscilla side.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Thank you.
I think it's appropriate for the area.
What? You are on this one, if you want to move.
I'm okay with it.
Okay.
Well, I just want to say, because John McLaughlin always used to give history, so Gardner McDonald renovated the house I live in 1985.
Oh.
Small fact.
Thank you for that little bit of information, John. Okay. Diane?
No, I think Priscilla Lane is a funny little area and you get soggy land and all that stuff. I think it's typical of what's there.
Okay, thank you. Let me think. What was my rotation? Jesse? Yeah.
I'm on it.
Yep.
And I have no concern.
Okay. I think we have liftoff.
Would you consider letting me move the cellar stairs to the other side, or should I just come back with a updated?
You mean through staff kind of thing?
Yeah.
I'll make that
Nothing
motion.
else is changing, it's just shifting to the other side.
Same elevation?
Just, it's on one side and it's going to the other side.
So it's not on the same
But I
elevation.
can certainly resubmit, it just was,
Well,
I thought
we
I
can do
going on
it,
the
we can do it
front.
through staff.
We can do it through staff. Why can't we have a motion
I'd rather do it that way.
to move it to the other side? The basement stairs move to the other side through staff.
Right. Is that's sufficient, right? It's not moving
Yeah,
to the
that-
front of the house.
No.
Okay, so was that your motion, Diane?
Yes,
Okay.
that's my motion.
So Diane's motion is to actually approve through staff with the bulkhead moved to the other elevation. Which elevation would that be, just for the record? What elevation are we moving it to?
It would be the west.
To the west. That's Diane's motion. So on Diane's motion, Jesse, excuse me, Jesse's an aye. Abby?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
Diane on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, very good. Thank you, Val. Now we're to 111 Surfside. Shingle revision. Oh, yeah.
Is he still alive?
Okay. So do we have anybody to rep this? I think I know what this is about.
Jim Rogovich is on from Slack Tide Development.
Okay.
I'd like to see a site plan.
There was a plan.
Okay. So I believe what's going on here is that this house has, doesn't it have treated shingles, stained shingles all over it?
Bleached, I think.
Yes.
Bleached.
It's a water-based bleached shingle
Yeah.
made by
Why?
Melbeck.
I mean, so we should probably see some photos.
If you scroll down in the, there's some data in this packet. If you scroll down a little bit, you'll see it's a Malbec shingle, which is a water-based white cedar shingle. It's similar to the gray shingle. It's basically the same manufacturer, same specification as what is being sold
Well,
at Marine.
Okay. I saw photos of it and it doesn't look like a weathered cedar.
Oh.
I actually think it is actually more weathered than this photo. This photo looks to be taken back several months ago, so I think it's even further along than this at this point.
Do we have anything more recent? Didn't somebody go out to do an inspection and took photos?
These photos are the same shingle from similar, that I think this is like a 3-year process, the one you're looking at right here. And this one too might be 2 to 3 years. At the time, white cedar was not available. Even at this point, white cedar is pushing out about 8 to 10 months.
It's the regular board on this, right? Yeah. Okay. How do we want to begin this one?
I'll go.
Thank you, Stephen.
It's unfortunate. It's there. I think it needs to be landscaped to the extent that it can be so that it's not visible. I think the side facing the roadway, as much as you can call it a roadway, is not a full sun exposure most of the time. So primarily that first story and some, foundational plantings, but towards the street. And I'm not going to go so far as we should hang a sign that says these are a good example of shingles not to use on Nantucket, but I think it's in that vein. And I do concede, that there were difficulties getting shingles and these were put up, but, they need to be run by the HDC first. I'm stating that in an understated tone intentionally.
Thank you, Stephen.
We'll say that this being one of my first projects on the island, I really I wasn't aware, and I apologize for that. When they told me it was white cedar, I assumed it was okay, and I'm the one that made the purchase and had it installed.
I'll go.
Okay, Diane, go ahead.
I think the overhang on the front area is way too hard, way too much. It's
Hey,
this is already built, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing we're discussing right now, Diane, is not the design of the building. That was presumably built according to plan. What's at issue is the fact that he's used bleached shingles.
Yeah, I understand that. It's just the house always gets me. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't know what we can do. I don't know. I certainly would rather regard this as a mistake than ever see this stuff again. It is beyond use. It's some is dark, some is light. When they talk about bleach, they're right. It looks like you tossed it at it. So I don't know what the answer to what we do. I don't think staining it is right because that never works
Oh, no.
properly. Yeah. And this is in a most busy intersection. So you're going to see it whatever way you're going. So I don't have an answer. I just think it's the shingles are among the shocking thing that's on that corner, and the rest of the stuff I would talk about as it comes up.
Okay, thanks. Who's next?
I have a question. Is it possible to stain them?
No. Oh, we don't want to get down that road.
Okay.
No.
It won't take to the stain. There's a stain body now that's an oil base, and you're not going to be able to get the penetration, so it's going to be very mottled.
Yeah.
I've tried to do stain work on wood like this. It looks horrible.
Yeah, and I don't know. It is unfortunate, so.
Matthew?
I was just going to say, good, that the shingles apparently do weather. And I think some of those photographs show what it looks like after 1 or 2 years. So I just wanted to put that out there. Not that it's a great, understanding it's not a great situation, but I think that they will weather. I do think if you did try to stain them, it would just compound the issue.
No, I think that's got to be off the table. Thanks, Pat. Abby?
I think it's far back from the road enough so that it's going to.
No, you can, people have complained about it.
Okay, so what about a few more evergreens or something? Could you landscape it just to chop it up a little bit?
We could infill the Surfside Road if, with any gaps. That's the main road. So, the other side is the dirt road, which I believe is more of a private road. But any gaps we can try to fill in with some more trees.
It's not a private road, it just isn't paved, that's all.
Stephen, were you going to say something?
I just was going to comment, my comments earlier about the road to the extent it is I think that's it's off of Gladlands, and it's a connector, and this house is right up close to it, like from here to maybe Matt, maybe not. So that's the area that I was referring to, I think needs vegetation.
So you weren't talking about the Surfside Road?
Yeah,
so
I mean, you
were
can see
not.
it. It's not like, the Sankey Lighthouse, but in terms of brightness, but it's visible. But it's more visible, certainly obtrusive from the front of the house.
Okay, so we need to, and I'm in agreement, so I'm not necessarily, if people are complaining about it waiting 2 years for it to rectify itself.
I would motion to hold for a landscape plan.
Oh, it's a great idea, actually. Thank you. Okay, so Stephen has moved for a landscape plan that would basically screen from all the public ways, including the front. On Stephen's motion, Val?
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane.
Yes.
Very good. Stephen on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay. Oh, by the way, could we run that?
Yeah.
That motion was for all 3 of the 111 Surfside Road applications. Okay?
Correct.
Yes.
There you go. That was for the record.
I have a public service announcement.
Yes.
The Attorney General approved the topless beach bylaw.
Oh, thank
What the
God.
hell?
I've been going topless now for how long? And then finally I'm legal.
Let's not veer off. It's
Okay.
gonna change.
Okay, so Val, that was the lead up to you at 128 Surfside. Okay, so we have you for a topless beach house at 128 Surfside.
This is a cottage
Oh,
for
let's see, rotation. Carrie, are you on this one?
Yes.
Okay.
For Sue and Jim Genthner, 24 foot 5 inches in height. White trim, white sash, black roof, gray doors. Again, it's a modular. And I think it's pretty straightforward.
Oh, I'm good, I don't know. Yeah, thank you. Question, are the other buildings white trim?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's natural to weather, oh yeah, white trim, never mind. Natural to weather roof. Isn't there pictures in there?
Oh, yeah, I haven't got, yeah, I see. Barely.
Yeah, white, see, there's one building behind you, the garage. Adrian needs a compadre. You're doing a good job. So it matches the other structures on the lot.
Have we been commenting?
No,
No,
Okay,
not yet.
let's go.
Yeah,
right,
Okay, you wanna
I
go?
think I'm good.
okay.
Abby's good?
Yeah.
Stephen?
Val, what's the zone here? I know we're not zoning, but it looks awful close to the property line.
It says 11 feet.
One says 6, doesn't it?
No, one says. I
But
can't
did
read
they
it.
buy the paper
They
road?
bought the middle of the road
Oh,
to the middle of the road.
Okay, so that paper,
Yeah.
so what about just pulling it off the other side a little bit? I mean, it is really a 1.5, 2-story structure on this really big lot. I'm not saying like 10 more feet, but a few more feet.
Is there a pond there now? Is there now?
What's there?
What is that?
Well, no, there's a pond. Oh, you might need
On
to
the
get,
locus.
might need to get the EPA in because you're dealing with water. But the neighboring structure is, at 126 is right. They're probably 20 feet from the line, 30 feet. No, it's just a comment. I'm not going to get into the waterways management.
Okay,
I'll leave that to Carrie.
so Carrie, anything?
Yeah, I appreciate the height of this. I think it's a good looking little building. You can do shorter buildings with modular.
You can.
You can.
I love seeing
We
them
should
too.
do it more.
Yep. All right, thanks, Carrie. Diane?
Yeah, I think it's good. I can see where they were thinking of asking it to move away from the corner. To come straight in a little bit. I think that it's big. There's not much additive massing to it, but it's a very pretty site that it's on, and probably without cutting down too much to build it, you won't see it all that clearly. That's all.
Okay. Let's see, did I get everybody? So, Val,
Yeah.
what's the chance of moving it further off the line?
I don't know.
You don't
It's
know.
the rear of the lot and backs up to a paper road, so how much is a little?
I'm talking, just to be clear, off the north, the one that's marked 11.
I see that.
And I would just comment that that is the north, correct?
Yes.
Apparently so.
Okay, I
Yes,
just
it
want
is.
to
I didn't draw the
ask,
site
actually.
plan. Jeff Blackwell did.
Well.
I got to zoom out to get my
card
card
left
point. Is there? Okay, yeah, sorry. So off the north line, maybe round it out to 15 feet.
That's 4 more.
Yep, I think that's good.
You okay with that, Val?
I'll agree to it, and if they don't want to do that, we'll have to come back.
All right. Okay, is that your motion, Stephen?
Yes.
Okay. Stephen's motion is to approve this through staff, moving it 4 more feet off of the northerly lot line to 15 feet from off of the property line. Let's see, on that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor.
Is there a house right there? Is that why you're
It's,
asking?
yeah, it's like 20 feet off, maybe 30 feet off the property line. So it's
It's a friendly move.
a big lot.
Okay, now we're to 10 York Street. Carrie, you repping? No, Luke is, okay. So let's see, Connie, can you sit in on this one? Actually, hold on, sorry. I think we got the regular board. Yes, we do. Val's back, sorry. We'll get you.
There's pizza, did you get some?
Luke, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Barely.
Oh, wait. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you might want to move closer to the mic.
How about now? Is that better?
Not really. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I'll try and speak loudly. This is an empty lot. It's
in the old historic district, as you know. Like, would it be more useful to hear the comments from the advisory board first so that I could include some of their comments in mine?
All right, we can do that. Holly.
10 York Street, vacant lot within the OHD. I believe you've seen this before, but I don't want to assume, but I'm thinking that this is back before you for new design due to the tree that was proposed to be removed, and then it was actually told not to because it's a town tree. And I'm assuming this, so bear with me, but I believe that's correct. Staff's comments: the form of the 3-bay, 2.5-story matches the existing historic structures vernacular in the area. However, the connector additive massing is irregular from a 1-story or from a 2-story down to a 1-story up to a 1.5-story. The rear side elevation balcony is atypical and visible from York Street. The door should be a 12 light with a kick panel, and the 1.5-story portion should be simpler without dormers. HSAG's comments: the shed roof connecting the secondary mast to the main mast is awkward. It should be more appropriate if the connecting mast was pushed back beyond the fence of the secondary mast and not as prominent. The shed roof projecting forward on the front of the secondary mast would look fine if it were an open porch, but it is a solid, simple shed. It would work better on the back rather than the front. And the second floor windows on the main mast should be the same height as the ones below. The very similar house next door has equal height windows on both floors. And those are the advisory comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Luke, did you want to take it from there?
Yeah, thanks. So starting with the site plan, if we can go back to that page for those who don't have paper copies. So the importance that we found with this street was the simplicity of a 3-bay Quaker as being very complementary to the vernacular of the street. There was a really nice little gardens along this street. And so the concept of a garden, in fact, what we did was incorporate 2 sort of intimate gardens. We have the formal entrance off the street, and then we have these more intimate gardens. There's one immediately next door, and it really, these pockets of light and air really contribute to the design, we think. There are 2, there is 2 trees that were required to stay on the property, but that's not why we came back with this design. We came back with this design because we thought this was the superior one to what we had brought in before. Again, the simple 3-bay main mast with simple, typical roof walk being the prominent mast, and then telescoping back and moving in from the right-hand property to give some room, giving it, again, nice separation from the buildings next door, which we've shown in some of our elevations. Now, the basic concept here is of a main mast that had a secondary structure, could have been a garage or cottage in the past, that got over time later connected. And this is a very simple move. I certainly believe that the horizontal roof that Holly is not in preference, doesn't like that much, is nice in the fact that it brings a horizontality to the garden, this garden that we created that you saw in the site plan. And that horizontality wraps around the entire, it's two-sided, it creates 2 sides. And this this sort of brings you in, the buildings aren't imposing themselves on the garden. So the roofs are giving some means of visual escape. And so we feel like that is successful. If it's the pleasure of the board to not like that horizontal in front of the rear cottage, we would be willing to extend that simple gable. But again, I would just ask you to keep in mind.
Hey, Luke,
Yeah.
let's put it to the board now, okay?
Hey,
Thank you.
I
All
go.
right. Diane, go ahead.
All right, on the south elevation, 2nd floor, the center, 2 windows together in that big field, those windows should be separated. And you're comfortable over what's down below, but fill up those empty walls a lot, I think. And then you have another one that, that you look at the front of the house with the thing off to the left. And that dormer on that, is too big. It's competing with the house and the size of the windows. The dormer side should come in and the dormer be made smaller. And if you look at the site plan and what that there in that building where the wall sort of interrupts the new house, I don't know. To me, that looks, it's just the way I look at something. It looks a little queer. I would like to see that wing just step back a little bit. I know we've got the garden there. I understand that, but the connection to the 2-story going into the story and a half, I think is a little joggy. I don't know the best way to straighten it out, but that's what I think that it would be. You those 2 catalpa trees are significant, so they add to the front of the building. And some view you're not going to see that the new L down there, but I'd like to see it certain parts of it reconfigured.
Okay. Val, thank you. Not Val. Diane, thank you. Val.
I think the only thing I'm struggling with is the very steep pitch on the secondary mass as it relates to the rest of the house, which is a more standard old-fashioned type of 8 pitch or so. But it just seems rather steep and more modern, so I'd like to see it connect a little bit better. But all in all, I like the concept. I did go by there. And I think keeping the bulk of this massing back at the rear of the lot is really a successful idea.
Good? Okay, thanks. Abby.
Yeah, I agree. I think agree with something Val just said, which was what bothers me about this. A couple of things bother me about this is that the addition to the left is sort of too loud, and it's not letting the historic house sort of breathe. And I think you could mitigate that by getting rid of the dormers on that addition, and so that we don't see that peekaboo over the top of that balcony in the back. I think if you raise that roof higher, and I think you can, because I'm looking at the east elevation, if you got that right under the window, you could get rid of seeing that. And also that would give a little more height to the connector piece, which I think would be a better transition from sort of dipping, you've got, the house is probably 27, and then you're dipping down to like, 15 or something. It's a big jump, so it would make it, the connector, a little more fluid, if you catch my drift. So, thank you.
Thank you. Stephen.
I agree with Val's comments.
Okay, and the only thing I have to add, I do believe that the steep roof pitch on the additive pieces should be the same pitch as the main roof, and I'm not loving the lean-to connector piece. I'd like to see that as a gable somehow. So should we move for some revisions on this?
So move.
Okay, Stephen's got you on that one. So on the motion, Val?
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Very good. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Can I step off of this one?
Yeah, sure.
All right, take a break.
Thank you.
Thank you, Luke.
Okay, we're going to be on 7 Maple Lane, Lot 7. Matt, we've got, It's new dwelling. Go ahead, Matt.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an application for a new dwelling, or guest house. It's a house that you've already approved, in Maple Lane. It sits, bless you, behind the existing approved house. It's a one-story structure, not intended to be highly visible. I think the visibility is going to be pretty minimal. I think it's going to be obstructed by the main dwelling, but even if you could see it, I think it's fairly modest structure. So look forward to the comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to begin? I'm gonna pick someone.
I don't even have it in front of me yet. Hold on.
I don't, yeah, it's a weird site plan.
Weird site plan.
I think the
Yeah.
resolution, to like zoom in, zoom out, it's,
Are those bleached shingles?
oh, sorry.
Would you, Adrian, pull up the site plan and zoom in a little bit on the locus? Yeah. Okay.
See, that's weird.
It happens to me.
Yeah, it's the resolution when you jump it up. The computer's got to catch up.
You want to just zoom out one.
Yeah, can you split it? Yeah, and can you see that?
Yeah, I can see that, no problem.
Okay, good, we'll go with that.
Okay. I'll go if you want.
Okay, I'm gonna let Val go while you're digesting.
This is behind the house, way at the rear of the lot. It's a second dwelling that's less than 16 feet in height. While it's not traditional, there's no front door. I think it's serving more as a pool house as well as a guest house, so I think it's appropriate in this location.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
I'll go along with that, but I just think that the skirt on the foundation is a little like sort of like a tutu instead of an A-line. But I'm guessing that the trim is a little thicker. It seems in the rendering, it seems really sort of scrawny, but I guess it's standard, right? This drawing looks skinny trims, but
Through you,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
the
go
trim
ahead.
should reflect the actual size, and
Right.
it does match the main dwelling, which you've seen and approved.
yeah, I just think the skirt on the bottom is a little,
Too decorative?
yeah, it's just, and then having that balcony come off the right,
It's the walkout stair. We could change that detail if you felt that was appropriate.
I don't know.
Okay,
Just
thank you. Diane and then Jesse. You're muted, Diane.
I'd just like to ask, when you see the site plan and the three buildings, they're all in a line. I was just wondering, see that one there with the green? If one of them could, if the last one maybe could go up and down, just, they're sort of repetitive, that's all. I didn't,
Diane, one of the, I know it's hard to see on the screen, but one of them is a pool.
yeah, I know the pool that's in the middle and stuff. So I was just thinking it might be good to stretch the other one the other way along the side border, but probably not. I thought the design was all sort of in a line.
Okay. And then what about on the architecture itself? Any thoughts on that?
No, I think it's very simple. I have no problem with that.
Okay, thank you. Jesse?
Yeah, I mean, it's a short building, it's behind the house. It matches the existing house so I really have no concerns with it.
Okay. Matt, is this actually in as a second dwelling?
Yes.
It does have a bedroom.
Are you going for a
Planning board?
waiver for the access?
What, in terms of the means of egress?
Yeah, no, driveway and,
I believe it's.
you know what? It's none of my business. Do I get a motion? Anyone?
Motion to approve as submitted?
On your motion, Jesse?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Diane? You're muted, Diane.
Right, aye.
Okay,
Sorry.
and I'm an aye. Diane, if you're passing those out, I'll take one.
What is that?
I don't know, it's a little medicine bottle.
Thank you very much.
Obviously joking. Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, 7A Sherburne Turnpike.
Good evening.
James here?
Hi.
Oh, you
Yes.
are here. Okay, very good.
How you doing?
Studio,
Mr. Chair, I'm going to sit off this one.
okay. Where's our
Carrie or
rotation?
Connie? I think
Connie? Okay.
Would you prefer if I share or do you want to drive?
We always like it when you share.
I will try to do that. Let's try again. Can you see my screen? Photos on the left, site plan on the right. You guys can't see it.
Hang on.
Yeah.
I should figure this out, how to use this thing. Oh, look at that.
Is this a studio?
Yeah,
We still can't see your screen.
maybe, hey, let's screen share on this side, okay?
Sorry, guys. Did
Okay. Nope, that's not it.
sorry, I got bumped off.
That's Matt's. Maple.
Who's screen sharing now? Are we?
What's this? No, that's Maple. Do you have a
Okay.
thing?
Did everybody sign this that was supposed to? Maple Lane?
I was not.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hello again. Sorry, when I screen shared, I froze. So I guess it's probably better if you drive. So this is a application that hasn't been before you. You've seen the main dwelling, which is forthcoming probably a couple meetings from now that you've seen a couple times. This is the studio in the rear of the lot. The bulk of it can't be seen from the south, but can be seen from Sherburne Way in the back of the property. If you'd make your way to T100, you can see the locus in more detail. You can see Sherburne Turnpike on the south, Sherburne Way on the north, which is not a fully publicly traveled way. If you want to keep scrolling, this is all just context and local photos, which you've seen a couple times. Yeah, that's the existing house to the west, the empty lot that's there today. And then continuing further down the street as well. So the bulk of the plantings and everything are going to remain where possible on the south side of the street. We are proposing a new driveway, which we've discussed before, and then main house, which will block the bulk of anything you see into the rear yard, which is where the studio is proposed. E100.
So the studio is away from Sherburne Way, right?
That
Towards the
away
back.
from Sherburne Turnpike, closer to
Yeah.
Sherburne Way. It's in the back of the
Sherburne
house.
Way being the little tiny dirt road, yeah.
You got it, exactly.
Okay, got it. All right.
Yeah,
Hollywood?
you can see it right there. Yeah, there's the studio, and then if you scroll a little bit further, you'll see the main dwelling, which has been in front of you several times and is hopefully coming back for approval soonish. It's about 50 items away right now. It's a pretty simple structure. It's two-story with dormers east and west. It's acting mostly as a cabana living space on the first floor with a studio above. The colors are white trim, gray windows, natural to weather railings, and that's pretty much it. It's fairly straightforward structure.
Very good. Holly, you got anything on this?
Yes,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair, thank you. Excuse me. So this is an infill lot within the Sherburne Heights subdivision, and the adjacent property that this was part of originally is a circa 1920 colonial revival. And then, of course, all these structures upon this lot are infill within this subdivision. From staff's perspective, the proposed height of this new studio is okay. But I question the dormers, the Juliet balcony, and the double French doors. They should be reworked. The outdoor shower enclosure should be vertical board and not horizontal. That's atypical. Maybe some additive massing. I don't see any of that. And then, and he kind of hinted on this, is thank you, James, is the wanted to know whether or not that this proposal is matches the architecture or relate to the architecture of the new dwelling that you all have been reviewing. Excuse me. And then maybe that this should track. Again, I'm a little question on the doors and its visibility, again, from that way on the rear. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Holly. Board members, who would care to begin?
I will.
Thank you.
So my concern is also, I don't recall the main house and what that looks like. I wish we had at least some rendition of it to speak to in front of this, or as a reason to approve this from that direction. However, the rear of the structure does face Sherburne Way, so that's, for me, the most visibility. And
That's the north.
right. Aside from the balcony, I do agree with the comments Holly had about the dormers being too wide and should snug up a little bit, and it's just atypical, but I guess if it's blocked by the house, I'd just love to see that.
Okay.
Some kind of idea of what the house looks like.
All right. Thank you, Val. Who's next?
So,
Thank you,
I'll go.
Diane. Go.
Well, it's very simple. The windows on the north and the south, up in the gable, they look like 1/1.
2/2.
I think that's just the way it's rendering. They're all 2/2, which matches the main house or proposed main house.
The other is sort of casual, but those two didn't come in. That is my question. And I do think that the dormers on both floors should come in. It makes the building look out of proportion. And on the ground cover, what is the ground cover in this on this lot?
The ground cover overall is 2,934 on the lot. And this building is pretty small. It's 488 square feet. So it's.
No, I know it is, but I was
Yeah.
thinking of the whole thing total. It just seemed a little busy.
Well, they're allowable, not that we should even be discussing this, but it's 30% allowable, which is almost 3,000 square feet of ground coverage, and they're at 2,900, more or less.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see, Connie?
With Holly's comments, is it
would it be possible to change that outdoor shower, the way instead
Oh,
of going horizontal
certainly,
and
yeah.
vertical?
Yeah,
We're amenable to
definitely.
that.
Okay.
That's,
Anything else?
nope.
Okay, let's see. I think everyone went, right? Except me?
Yeah, I didn't go, but
Oh, you didn't go?
no.
Well, you want to go then?
Well,
Of course you do.
I think I'm going to go where where I think Diane was going, and that is that I think the lot is very built out, as it's maxed out, and I don't think that's a friendly way to design. I think that if you could make this building smaller and take up less space, I think that would be a more sensitive way to approach this site. So that's what I think. Thank you.
Okay. I think that the dormers need to come in. That's one that's been said before. Vertical board on the outdoor shower. Don't love the Juliet balcony, and I should be more clear on that. I don't love the Juliet balcony that's on the east side, because that I believe, well, I don't believe, I'm certain that will be visible from Sherburne Way. Ditto on the 4 French doors on the east. So those are my comments. Can we have a motion of some kind?
Motion for a few revisions.
Very good.
So I don't know if I can do this, so if it pleases the board, is there a way to get this to track with the main house so we can see them together at the same time
Yeah.
with the revisions? I'm just saying, we're like everybody, we're submitting as soon as possible to try to stay in the queue.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's something I think you got to work out with the staff, James, in terms of where it lands. But on the motion to hold for revision, that was Abby's motion, right?
Was.
Yeah, okay. So on Abby's motion, Connie.
Aye.
Thank you. Val.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Abby on your motion.
I'm an aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor. Okay, we got pool and hardscape next. Same lot, same team.
Noted, thanks. I'm not sure if Lindsay is here. I don't see him necessarily in the
Lindsay
queue, but I can
Congleton?
speak to that.
Yeah, no.
I'm obviously familiar with this, if you'd like me.
Wait, what did you just say, James?
I'm obviously familiar with this, if you'd like me to give you the rundown.
Yeah, you want? Okay.
Sure. Yeah, so again, the similar location that we've been talking about, this studio that you just reviewed. I'll turn my video back on. The studio that you just reviewed, this is the proposed pool in front of that area. So this is towards the back of the lot, towards Sherburne Way. It's a reasonable sized pool, 31.5 by 15 feet with an integrated spa, auto cover, bluestone coping, heavily planted to the north, which is Sherburne Way. And the main structure itself is blocking any view of it from Sherburne Turnpike. There's associated hardscape with it, potential fire pit and grilling area, also in the rear of the lot. None of it can be really seen from the public way. And that's pretty much it. I mean, I can go into a little more detail with the plantings if needed, but we're heavily screening this for the sake of the public and for the private. So this should really not be seen.
Very good. Thank you. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, this is infill within the Sherburne Heights subdivision. Lots of impervious surface proposed on this lot. I know ground coverage is not the purview of this commission, but at the same time, you have that authority to review on its appropriateness. The bluestone proposed dominates the yard and is very sharp with edges. I'd also be concerned on while the proposed shell driveway is an appropriate material. Belgian block apron is an appropriate material that you all see in this area. I would have some concerns and reservation on the proposed Belgian block edging. It seems very, very harsh. It doesn't really blend in with the landscape. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Very
Thank you.
good. Thanks, Holly. Board members.
I'll go again.
Thank you, Diane.
I mentioned it first and you sort of poo-pooed it, that there's too much going on in this lot. I don't care. There's a little green and a little green. The paved areas are not open to moving around. I think that the paving around the pool is too much. I think the fire pit and the patio is another one. Put the fire pit somewhere else. Put it over by where the kitchen is. Sherburne Turnpike and its a surviving area is not so built up as this. So you've got a whole bunch of different buildings that are stretched out and with a little more relaxation than this. I'd like to see the patios reduced. I'd like to see the edges, like on the Shell driveway, rounded off, not all square. I don't know why we have to go out so far with the Belgian block apron. It looks like I don't know what. I think it looks inappropriate with its way it goes. The building could be in the middle of New York City for its formality, and I don't think at Sherburne Turnpike that's what we're looking for. I don't think. So there, sorry.
Okay, so there. Thanks, Diane. Val.
I have nothing to add.
Abby.
Well, I can reiterate what Holly said, and I don't know if it was HSAB or not, but too much hardscaping. Why not have a smaller pool? The rain needs a place to go. That's not in our purview. I'm okay with the Belgian block. Not sure about are there other Shell driveways around? Okay, so Shell driveways, okay,
yeah,
okay.
a lot of
Okay,
Yeah, all up
okay.
and down the way.
Calm down, calm down. But I would like to see more just pervious materials, less hardscaping, less pool. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Let's see. Connie, I think it's you.
I don't have anything else to add other than it does, like Diane said, this is kind of massive on a small lot.
Okay, I think the consensus view here you're getting, James, which is that a lot of hardscape going on here. So we're going to leave this one to you to figure out. Can I have a motion?
Motion to hold for revisions.
Thank you. That's Abby's motion. On the motion, Val.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Connie.
Aye.
Abby on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Thank you, James. Okay, so now we're to 1 Sandy Drive. Carrie, is that you or is that your husband?
That's Luke.
Okay, Luke.
Yeah,
I'm gonna sit off the
Okay, is Jesse? Jesse, you're on this.
Okay.
Oops,
Thank
I goofed. Hey, I pushed the wrong button. Can you get it back up for me?
Need a tech intervention at the sheriff's seat?
Abby's my IT guru. She's killing it over here. She turned it on.
I think Esme left a link on that.
There you go. Yeah. All right. Luke, okay. Sandy Drive.
yeah, the east elevation on Sandy Drive is our entrance elevation, and we are trying just to propose a simple, farm-like wraparound porch building, if you like. And the buildings next door are full 2 stories, so we feel like we've accomplished, done well in just keeping this a story and a half. We've kept it, the building in general under 30 feet. I think there was a comment that the second floor dormer might be a little wide. If you guys like.
Luke,
Yeah,
did you say there was a comment?
yeah, Holly sorry, the historic board, historic people provided.
Sconset.
No, it's not, it's not.
No, HASHAP.
Oh, no, yeah, no, HSAB, Holbert Avenue. Got it. Sorry.
Yeah, they suggested that maybe to make that dormer a little bit narrower might help, or separate it into 2. I personally don't like separating it into 2. I don't think that looks good. We certainly could shrink it by 2 feet, 1 foot on either side, which would make the windows closer together if that makes you guys happy. On the north elevation, again, we just tried to step the building down. This is the water side. I've tried to hold our second floor decks to a minimal amount, and we have basically sized them just for each bedroom, basically. So there's no giant ones; they're just individually based. Again, those second floor decks could be reduced a little bit if it's the pleasure of the board. The horizontal boarding, I thought, again, brought your eye down, was a nice way to go, but I think the historic board thought vertical boarding might be better, and if that's your preference, we can do that. This is the modular building that we're working with. I've been asked to make it to do modular, so Huntington Homes will be doing this. We're presenting our 1-story massings are, as shown as part of the wraparound porch, the screened-in porches, with the greater focus towards the water. That's it.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, now we get to hear from you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an infill dwelling within the historic district of the Brant Point neighborhood. From staff's perspective, this is a corner lot, so it should address both streets, and that's important. The east faces Sandy with an appropriate symmetry. However, the dormer should be revised with more windows or split into 2. The horizontal skirt is not appropriate. It should be vertical and consistent with our resilient Nantucket design guidelines for flooding and adaptation that you all adopted June of 2021. The south also faces Holbert Avenue, and I'm not sure if it should address the street a little bit more, understanding that it is set back farther off the street for about 45 feet. However, the doors should be revised for a 12-light kick panel, as consistent with what you see in the historic districts. Let me rephrase that: the historic neighborhoods of the overall historic district, because Brant Point is not within the OHD. The middle mast should drop to provide appropriate additive massing. And appreciate that this dwelling isn't a full 2 stories as most modulars seem to be in the past, especially Huntington Homes, historically, pun intended. So thank you for not having a full 2 stories. And again, just reiterate that this is in the AE9 zone, Resilient Nantucket Chapter 11 for infill architecture. We would want to see an elevation certificate showing the design flood elevation. HSAG's comments, the long flush dormer on the front overwhelms the front roof and should be split into 2 dormers. This would reduce the amount of shingled wall on the dormer. The 53-foot long front porch feels too long. And the 3 second-story decks is excessive. The horizontal skirt boards have a modern feeling and should be replaced with vertical boards or lattice panels between brick piers. And I would also agree on that comment. That's also an option within the design guidelines. Those are comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Board members. All right.
I agree with something Holly just said. It's something about a house being on a corner really has a responsibility to both streets it's on. And I don't quite understand why the what you have labeled as an east elevation isn't on Hulbert. Because it would really work really well on the site if you look at the site and how it's sort of squeezed up against that left-hand side when it could fit nicely on the lot, if it was, and it would be facing the ocean, so I'm not quite sure why the orientation is as you planned it. Well, other than that, I think it's quite a good-looking house for a modular house. It's amazing. So
Okay,
those are my first digs.
thank you, Abby.
I'll go.
Thank you, Diane.
I think that they have taken the house and addressed it to Sandy Lane or whatever. And that puts the 3 balconies facing out Talbot Avenue, which doesn't usually have that many balconies, but it's not the front of the building, so they can do that. I think that that's questionable. I think that the dormer on the front should be separated, and the vertical boards, or you could actually use lattice, as is also found down there. But it's a good building for a modular building, and it does have some additive massing on the side, but I would like to see it more relaxed a little bit. I think it's formal for facing Sandy Way, but they get the benefit of the facing Halbert Ave. That's all.
Thank you, Diane. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it is one Sandy Lane, so I guess, street. I agree with the vertical elements on the board. I think approval is obviously going to be subject to our rule on the FEMA heights for the design flood elevation, just to put that out there. I do want to make sure, confirm that it has the information required to be in conformance with our resilient Nantucket guidelines. And I think it's a nice looking structure. I appreciate the height. I think in addition to the vertical elements, breaking up the breaking it up in kind of natural breakpoints. So for instance, a covered porch terminates left and right, having some type of either a pier and curtain approach to it, or
You're talking about the base.
yeah, the base.
Okay, gotcha.
Whether it's brick, I don't necessarily know that it needs to be brick. I think it can be wood. I don't really have a lot on this one.
Okay. Connie, Jesse, sorry.
Yeah. I'm impressed how low this building looks, with it being 5 or so feet out of grade. And I think that's been a nice. It's a nice design. The horizontal boards, although not typical, I like how the gaps between them give it almost a shack-like feel to it. And I also am concerned if we go vertical, it may actually make the building look taller. So with that said, I could go either way, but I am okay with the horizontal boards. The north elevation, I agree, there's too many balconies. If I was to take one out, I'd take the middle out. I'm okay with the south elevation. And the west elevation. But back to the front of the house, I don't like the idea of splitting up that dormer. I feel like it could be a gap in a tooth or some sort, but maybe adding more windows might help have less shingles on that second dormer on the east elevation. And those are my comments.
Okay, thanks. That's interesting, because I was going to say I object to the horizontal board, but I think the reason that I do is because it's unrelenting. And the idea of interrupting it with some vertical elements placed strategically, I think would make it more palatable. And I was going to talk about splitting up the dormer, the front dormer, but I do think that maybe that would be a little too chaotic, but I do agree that refenestrating that dormer would be a good idea. Let me see. That's kind of it. Those are my major points. I think it's well done. Okay, so can we have a motion? All right, so that's Stephen's motion to hold for revisions. On the motion, Jesse?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Stephen? Aye. And I'm in favor. Okay, thanks. And let's see, we're at Act Smart, 278 Pulpus. Who's on this? Let's see.
Oh,
I'm back. Mr. Glidden.
Val's back. Val's back.
Does one of the, an alternate want to take this?
Sure, sure.
I'll go do some exercises.
Sounds good. Thank you. Okay, so Swain's neck. Okay. Connie, you want to take it? Okay. So Abby's off, Connie's on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This project is a lovely solar array filling out the full roof. We're going to move a vent pipe for you. That being said, the project is, I'd say about a third of a mile from Pulpus Road. It's on the front of the structure, but it doesn't face the water. So
right.
And also, you've already approved solar on another building on this parcel. So I thought this would go on.
Everybody familiar with this property? This is the one with the barn that you can drive through without breaking the walls.
This is not. This is not.
This is where the little house that was a little Kinsella built.
They're putting the net zero unit up.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries.
But still, like.
Can I jump in on this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I actually was out there. I want to talk about something way more interesting. I think I spotted Nantucket's first otter when I was out there doing an inspection.
Seriously?
That's
serious. I saw something that looked very strange.
They've seen footprints.
Put it together. This structure is there's absolutely no way you could ever see the structure from the road. You can't even see it almost from the pond once you're a couple hundred yards in.
I thought it would go on consent, honestly. I was surprised to see it.
Well,
I think somebody just wanted to make the HCC look good. And
You
show
guys
we
always
actually
look
approved
good.
solar.
Oh.
Go.
So anyways, I just wanted to say this thing is, despite it not in our guidelines, it is invisible to the eye in perpetuity.
It does meet the guidelines. That's why you're approving it, Mr. Welch.
Well, it's on the front of the structure.
I know, but it's
Well,
the
front
other
in
pieces.
quotation marks
Yeah,
because
exactly.
it's away from the water.
If it was on the back, then you might see.
Well, look, otters love it.
Does anybody have a dissenting view from Stevens?
Legally defensible.
All right. Any further discussion on this one?
Point exactly.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted for the record that this is, this is the structure that's upon that's closest to the water, correct?
Yeah.
So just a little anecdote here. Well, first of all, the property indicates it's 1977. I think it's a little earlier than that, maybe in the 60s, but I've been told by the property owner that my great grandfather built it. So just for the
Where
record.
we going? Wow. Cool. All right.
Motion to approve is submitted.
There we go.
Due to a lack of visibility. There's gotta be a better way to say that.
Well,
a monumental lack of visibility, something, like, you get the.
total lack of visibility. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
Ray is an aye. There we go. Okay, how about 61 Meadowview?
All right, Chairman Pohl. So 61 Meadowview, this is on the garage. It's on the east and west
And this is
of.
these people are clients of mine, so I have to.
So you're off.
Well, It'll be quick though. So,
Wait, so, let's see, Jesse and, Carrie, right? 1, 2, yeah.
so if you turn around, Chairman Ray, you can see
I
that.
don't need to.
Oh, you don't need to? You got this
No, I
one?
got-
we got the
I got
tablet.
Oh, you
no.
got it, right.
My IT person
Congratulations.
is gone right now.
On your tablets. Anyways,
I can handle this part.
you can see this lovely garage here, and we're putting solar on it. It's pretty far back on the lot. The panels fill out the roof. It is a gray roof, but we're going to fill it out with panels, so you really won't see it. You're going to see the edge profile of the panels, but again, at a distance. So that's all I have to say on it.
So it's on the rearmost building with the garage doors?
That's correct.
It's not
Okay.
facing the road. It's just-
Yeah.
Go, Stephen.
This structure, as you can see, the surface of the solar panels would be viewed only obliquely, if ever. Obscures the entire roof plane, so our color guideline is not applicable. And it's not a secondary structure, so that is also in conformance with that guideline.
Okay. So I think you like it, right?
I love solar.
Or
I
not
love
you-
And I love solar that conforms to the guideline even more.
We don't love it. We think it's appropriate.
Yes, thank you. That's what I meant to say.
Okay.
But maybe it's solar safe, Stephen.
and-
There's got to be some phrase, you know?
Any more discussion?
Per Stephen's comment, motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, thank you. Jesse has made a motion to approve. On that motion, Diane?
Aye.
Very good. Stephen?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Jesse on your motion, and I'm in favor. That's
Thank you
good.
all so much.
Okay,
Have a good night.
thanks. Night, night. Okay, Mr. Soros at 47 Baxter, do we have somebody to rep? Anybody to rep this? Add a window. I mean, is there? You think it's okay?
I just don't get it.
Oh, wait, did I just hear Uri?
They're gonna add a window under a porch?
I didn't hear Uri. I
What's the
didn't.
catch?
Okay.
It's to match existing through divided light, right?
Baxter Road. Oh, this is so great. So now I won't have that sprain in my neck that I get turning around every Tuesday night. I love this house, by the way.
It is a great house.
Yeah.
Totally not. By ACC.
No, it violates every rule.
I think it's fine to go through.
It's a window under a porch, like to match the existing, it's a true divided light. Am I missing anything?
I only had one question
Okay.
that
Go.
didn't seem to be clear. So if we're going to open it up, then for the record, this is a circa 1904 Victorian eclectic. Does have an HTC survey, and I can't wait to see an updated survey in the future. My only question is this the only change? Because while the proposal is to go into that arch of the porch to mimic the other windows and be the same wood, true divided light, I'm curious on whether or not a new wall will be added in, or simply just adding that window in the arch to match the existing, because it seems it's almost as if just adding that window is just adding an additional space there. And one would want to actually move the wall out, the interior wall. There's another photo in there that kind of shows that angle. Other than that, that'd be my only question
Well,
is
we
this
can just say that
truly
if there's any doubt, say that the approval is to add a window only.
only. Yep. Other than that,
Okay.
wood TDL.
At TDL, is it called out as such? Hopefully, on the application.
It says match existing.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, it's confusing. No, it is.
Sometimes people put windows at the end of porches as a wind block. And that's what but if they're planning on pushing out that other wall to look exactly the same, that's a whole different deal, right?
Well, then you would have to have an application for this, for the other side.
Right, but
And
if
there-
it's gonna look exactly the same,
Yeah.
see what I'm saying?
You're right.
They might just.
I just want to jump in on that. My concern is that if it's changing the exterior wall within the covered porch confines, it changes existing windows and structure, which I think is a bay. So I would say that if we approve it as windows within the porch opening only, no alteration to the existing structure otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, the other
Or
thing,
to that effect.
they could show the other elevation.
Why don't we hold it for a complete application with
Well,
some floor
this,
plans?
okay. I mean, there's no notation on the other elevation.
Yeah.
That would indicate that they're building out.
Right.
All right, I'll do whatever you guys want to do, but I think it's approvable.
I think it's approvable, we just are noting.
Rather just get rid of it.
Hey, look, if it's not clear otherwise, then they. So unless someone tells it, I'm gonna make a motion to approve installation of like-kind windows in the porch opening only, no alteration to the existing exterior walls otherwise.
I think that's well worded. Okay, thanks for the motion, Stephen. Let's see, so, let's see who's on this. Val, you on it? Yes. On the motion.
Okay.
Okay, Abby,
Oh, I wasn't here.
you're not on it? Diane? She's muted. Was it you, Connie? Who was on it? Oh, Carrie? All right, good. Stephen, your motion. Diane?
Yeah, they muted me for some reason or other. You can hear me.
Okay.
I said, I guess so. That's what I
Okay.
said.
And I'm in favor, so that's 4 in favor, 1 I guess so. All right. We'll say that's unanimous. Okay, so now for our absentee applicant, what about 3 Rudder Lane?
JB Studio.
Does anyone know anything about this to know whether we should hold it for representation? Okay, then let's hold that. We're just going to skip over that, and we're going to go to 80 Surfside Road. Anybody to rep that?
Good evening. I'm Tom Dimov, the agent.
Tom Dimov. Okay,
Yep.
very
And
good.
Gennady
80
Prokopov.
Surfside Road.
And for the record, Gennady Prokopov, the owner and builder of the property. I'm ready when you are.
Oh, this is
Grade
the,
change.
this is the foundation thing.
Yes.
I'm ready when you are. I can start anytime.
All right. No, I got it.
Oh.
I actually do have it. And let's see, we're the regular board on this one, right? We are. Okay, so go ahead.
So, as most of you, if not all, you know, this application is in front of you because of a concern that was raised on the 27th of September by the AGC in regards to higher than approved top of pour foundation of the foundation wall. That was, I think, 10 weeks ago. Since then, we went and we did a 3D scanning of the existing foundation and provided some side sections to show the conditions and how much actually higher that top of foundation is. So if you can scroll to sheet A401, that's basically 3 sections to the side. 2 parallel to Surfside Road and 1 parallel to Surfside Drive. There's some reference lines that I've put on that sections to represent the connection to the existing grade to the back of the property, the south elevation of the new proposed building. And that at the moment from the existing grade to top of foundation is at 20 inches. On the opposite side, which is adjacent to Surfside Drive, that's around 33 inches. And if we look at section C, which is the third section on that sheet, you see how the location of the foundation is at the lowest point from the surrounding areas. Surfside Drive, which is, I believe, the primary point of concern, is 4 feet. It's around 4 feet and 2 inches lower than the connection, which is the backyard of that property between the existing main house and the proposed new dwelling. Now, one thing to point out here that since the beginning of this discussion on approving this building, we've tried to be very cautious about the location of it and how much visible that is from the public. So part of the original approval consists mature evergreen plantings, staggered, not Lyland cypress, which I've been assured that are already ordered and in place and waiting to be delivered. That are going to be planting along the entire side of Surfside Drive. Understanding that the previous approved elevation show somewhere around 8 to 10 inches of exposed concrete below the shingle line, with the property sloping almost 3.5 feet, if not 4. Obviously, the approved by the application 6 inches of infill on the north side won't be enough to have that 10 inches exposed, and there will be more than 17. So with this application, we're asking for additional 7 inches of grading on that north elevation of the building, which is adjacent to the road.
Did you say 7 or 17?
7. I said 17 in terms of exposed foundation if we do the backfill according to the existing approval.
Okay.
But since this is a concern, we're trying to rectify it somehow. And one of the ways to do it is to add some more fill on the north side and lower the shingle line by another 4 inches, which I think will bring us close to what we had as an original approval. And that's shown on the next sheet, which is the exterior elevations. There are couple of reference lines that I've placed on that, and I think it's more visible on the west elevation, where it's representing the existing grade, again, in coordination with the 3D scan that we did, the proposed, and the lower shingle line. And with that, one big, thing that I want to add as well is part of our, desire to be as discreet as possible and the lower ridge height of this building, in terms of, in comparison with all the buildings around it, we actually designed the foundation to be a mud sill, and it's the reason why it looks so tall off of the existing grade, or high up from the existing grade. And in addition to that perception, I think it's also the building being so close to the road and the over deck of the foundation, so we can, perform the panels and pour the walls so they can be done properly. Now, we've done everything that we could to push the building away from the road and close to the main house. We are at the limit by the Nantucket bylaws with the fire separation requirements. We are low with the ridge, and the only thing that works, I think, against our is the existing grade.
Okay.
So welcome any comments and hope for a quick solution.
Okay, thanks. Who wants to start?
I don't, because I voted no on this building to start off with.
Stephen, go.
So, I appreciate that information. It's helpful. It's a lot. I'm going to try and summarize it a little bit differently. This was actually approved on the application with a greater change grade differential than is shown, than was approved in the elevations.
Wait, say that again?
So the application, I don't know the exact numbers, but the application indicates a grade change of, I think, 8 inches from existing.
Correct.
The mud sill, let's skip the mud sill for a moment.
Okay.
The top of foundation is a certain amount taller than that. I think it's 15 inches or 18 inches.
Okay.
The mud sill decreases the height of the first floor, so that helps to mitigate it.
Right.
And then in addition to that, they're offering to bring the shingle line down.
Right.
So that the difference, there is a difference of some 8 inches between what was in the application and what was actually shown on the drawing. And then they were up another 5 or 6 inches in their pour. So a portion of what is being shown and looks too high
Is approved.
was approved in the application. It wasn't shown in the elevations. I had a discussion with them because it got flagged and I had to stop over there in a different capacity. So I got a pretty good understanding of it. And I think this, to my mind, the solution of the minor grade change and the lowering of the shingle line addresses the concern to a large extent. And I think the applicant's agent understands the importance of making sure the elevations jive with the application when there's a grade change, because otherwise, you know, it could be interpreted as trying to, you know, game the system.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Fair enough.
thank you, Stephen.
And if I could, just one last thing,
Yeah.
The image on the northwest, showing the northwest
Yeah.
shingle line, well, actually, this one shows it because right now, the top of foundation, thing to keep in mind if you look at the other images, is the top of foundation is not traditionally here, meaning the whole thing is higher. The top of foundation is a mud sill is about here.
Right.
Correct.
So it's
You mean as built?
as built, yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
but the floor level will remain the
I-
same.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I add just something to that very quick? If this was actually a regular foundation, it would probably be a little bit higher.
Yeah.
That's the reason why we did
The
a mud
floor
sill
level
than what we're having right now, because we're adding another foot on top
Okay.
of the foot.
Thanks, Stephen. Let's see. Diane, not Diane. Val, you don't want to talk. Abby?
So, the green line is the existing,
Is the green line consistent everywhere? That's the proposed grade, right?
The green line is the existing grade, and this is connecting the existing grade from the main house to the street.
and you,
Love that.
and so you built it, you built the,
So we're basically taking the 6 inches that we had approved from the previous application. We're adding another 7, so we're adding 13 inches plus and minus on the north side of that building, just to minimize the exposed concrete foundation. Because at the moment, the exposed concrete will be around 10 inches.
And just, I want to just clarify, 6 of that 13 was approved in the application, but it wasn't reflected on elevation because they just drew a line across the bottom of the house.
Right.
yeah.
It didn't
Okay.
show the
Yeah, okay.
Right.
Okay, I think I'm okay with this, so.
Okay. Thank you, Abby. Diane?
On the original piece of property, was it a lot of different heights, or was it fairly, I can't remember how, it's been a long time since we started on this. And then there was the visual line of this, of the foundation and all the rest of the stuff. Is it going to look like it was smoothed out and we've lost all the natural parts of the property, or does it still maintain some of its unevenness?
It'll be contoured.
It will be.
It won't be flat. There will be a smooth grade change, but
It rolls down.
yeah, it's not
Yeah.
like a tabletop.
Right. And then, and portion of it is actually, there's a bus stop there. So there's
Yeah, I
a
know.
good foot and a half of existing grade that we're not touching. And that one actually is about a foot
Okay.
higher than the road.
Diane, continue.
Yeah, that's, I just didn't want it to look as if it had been steamrolled. And I was having a hard time seeing what they were doing. So I understand some of it better. I don't think I understand all of it, but I'll see how you vote.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Diane. And I'm okay with this.
How is it going to relate to the street?
The green line.
No, I understand that, but it's so much higher. Is there going to have to be retaining or a drain?
No,
Or?
because they're dropping their part of it's a mud sill.
I get that, but the way the lot slopes, the grade is going to slope toward the street. Right. It's more than 12 inches, but.
What's
Yeah.
of the structure to the fence line? Just like drive.
Around 13 feet.
Yeah, so it's like an inch a foot.
And if you can zoom in into that corner where you can see the bench from the bus stop, you see actually there's a little bit of a berm between the road and the bottom of that bench there. So the grade already starts to scoop up where the fence is actually, and we're connecting that point to the foundation. And I don't believe it's gonna look like a steep slope. Another thing, like I said, part of the original approval was that we're planting staggered around 35-40 mature evergreens.
It's actually going to be the same height.
So-
It's just, see the dotted line.
Can I just get a clarification?
Yeah.
So this is the bench. This is the grade at the fence. You're gonna connect this grade across this green line. And then this is your mud sill. And where is your shingle line gonna be? This blue one?
The shingle line is 10 inches from the top of the foundation down.
So about here.
So yeah, this right. You can see it, yeah, right there. There's a call out at that moment.
So you'll have 13 inches of exposed foundation here.
If you don't give me the additional 7 inches of grade, if you give me the additional 7 inches of fill, I'll have 10.
So if you go with your 7 inches, your grade line will be here.
Right. Correct.
So Val,
Yeah. I am listening. Jesse was showing me.
this is the grade. Well, we just got clarification for him, so I'm hoping to move this along. This is the grade line if he uses just what exists. If we give him the 7 inch, it will be from here to
Sloping
here,
down
this is existing.
To the street.
And he'll have that pitch, because you asked specifically about that, so I just wanted to make sure.
Huh?
Why don't you just plant in front of them?
He is planting.
I mean, if you're talking about a 7-inch difference.
We've got a lot worse.
I would. The grade change.
I would too. I would approve the additional 7
That
inches.
versus that.
Yeah.
So I sense a motion.
Yeah, please.
Val, do you still have any questions?
Yeah, I still think it's too big for where it is.
The house or the grade change?
The house.
So I'm gonna vote on it. I'm gonna motion on the grade changes. A motion to approve with the additional 7 inches and the shingle line lowered 4 inches,
Correct. Yep.
as reflected in which drawing is that?
Then the next sheet is basically representing those changes.
And did you apply for the grade change, or did you apply with that as an option?
I think I did apply for that. It's a new business application, and the application.
The 7?
Yeah.
To change it. Okay, so then I'll just motion to approve it submitted.
Yeah,
Thank
he
you.
does request it. Your motion is to approve as submitted. Okay, on that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Val,
No.
okay, Diane,
No.
okay, Stephen,
I'm an aye. Can I, wait 1 second, I'm sorry. Apologize. Online, was the application actually in the packet?
Yeah, I got it,
see
yeah.
Oh, it's at the end. Sorry, I
Yeah.
didn't look there. I saw the
It's
minutes.
says 6 inches.
Okay, that's my motion. I'm an aye.
Right. You're an aye, I'm an aye. Measure passes 3 in favor, 2 opposed. Okay, Jeff Morash, come on
Thank
up.
you.
Before Jeff starts, guys, there's a couple solars Tobias did. I'm not sure down there who was on them.
Yeah, I wasn't.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
before this application gets heard, basically, you're dealing with a couple of applications. Technically, there should be 3, because the proposal before you is to move a garage off and move it on to another location. However, this garage was before you for extensive renovation on site. And therefore, and it was incorporated within the, obviously, project itself. And therefore, there should be a revision to that particular COA. And I would recommend that prior to you all approving that particular structure being moved off, if that makes any sense.
I'm at a meeting, okay?
Hey, you want some apple pie next week?
I haven't had dinner.
Hey, somebody mute her.
Hold
please.
on, sorry.
All right,
Can I ask for
please, something. Yeah.
clarification? So Holly, this is what, just to say it a different way, so I'm sure. This is one of 3 applications that relate to moving a garage off. That garage is subject to an application for major renovation.
Correct. In February, you all approved to relocate this garage within an addition on site at 30 Main Street. This is a contributing garage. And so if now they're wanting to, instead of doing that, they want to relocate this garage to a different location on island. However, they still want to move forward with this project that you all have approved. So therefore, this would have to be revised. Exactly.
That needs to incorporate the old one.
Okay, and then last piece of the puzzle is the move off is as the structure exists, not as it was approved.
I'm assuming.
Just so I understand the different concepts. Okay, thank you.
So the new garage needs to be reapplied for, or is it brand new, not using?
Right. Right. So all we have in front of us is a move off. And we don't know where it's moving to.
The next one.
Oh, sorry.
So
Wait, don't we need to hear from you first, Holly? Anything in addition to what you just said?
Yeah, can you say it again, because it's getting late.
So for the record, this structure before you is an existing circa 1923, it's the McCrary Garage at 30 Main Street in Sconset. You all approved in February a design to this existing garage on site with an extensive addition. That was a multiple meeting process with the butters and whatnot. This now before you is to move that structure as is in 1923 condition, as I'm assuming looking at the application, and move it to a different location. However, that you all have an approval for this proposed changes, so that should be reflected first before you're going to approve the removal of that garage, which is subject to the COA, unless the applicant is choosing not to move forward with this. So there's a little, hopefully that makes a little more sense.
I think what would be good is, do you have what the approval was? Because I think what's significant is how many things were changing, and is
Yes.
it better to move it as a whole structure somewhere? And yeah.
Do you have anything to say about this, Jeff?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so Holly's spot on, major renovation. When I took over the job, I looked at the garage was moving forward, we were building a structure behind it, saving the garage, but then I looked at the garage, and you guys approved a 12 pitch, the garage had a 5 pitch. Secondly, you approved a bunch of windows in the side of the garage, the original garage had no windows. So by the time I took off the roof, by the time I rebuilt the walls, probably put a new garage door in, there would be nothing left. So I said to myself, why am I going to destroy this whole garage? So I seeked out and looked for people who might want to take it. And long story short, I found somebody who wants the garage exactly the way it is. No changes. He might re-shingle it and re-trim it, but it'll be the same structure. It'll have the same roof pitch if you approve it, and it'll be intact. And I won't have to destroy this whole thing. But by the time I'm done removing the entire roof, reframing the walls, there's going to be nothing left anyway.
Okay, that's certainly something that we can appreciate. So,
Mr. Chair.
yes.
I do have SAG comments that they provided to us
Okay.
as well.
Yeah.
They said the former SAB was under the impression a year ago that this mid-century garage was to be incorporated with the new construction of a pool, studio, guest house on the property. While we appreciate it being reused and wish it well on its journey to Fisher's Landing, the change in plan, may have had an effect on the original application. The building is already off its slab and is on a trailer in the front yard. Those are their comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well, I think this is sort of, as somebody in a business, I can appreciate the fact that if you've got an older building and you're taking so much of it away, it sort of forces the question of what are you actually saving? And it sounds to me like the case here is that we would be saving the building, albeit in a different location, intact, as opposed to having it, carved up piece by piece and then made to look like that, which doesn't really resemble the current building. So I get it. And yes, of course, Jeff, you're aware that there would need to be 3 applications, 2 of which are on the table right now, but a third would be for a new version of this. Okay, so comments from the board.
One more note.
Yeah, please.
And I think we're all on the same page, but by the time when the garage leaves and I build the project, it'll be exactly what you approve.
That.
Yes.
Yeah, no, that's what we get. But Holly's point is, it's like people come in and they want a renovation, and then turns out the building's demolished, so then you got to come in and do it as a new building, as opposed to it's.
Can I make that?
Yeah, go
So,
Steve.
Yeah, my suggestion is that, is that Diane?
Yeah, I was just going to say what I thought. I thought we were finished on the,
No, hang on a second, Diane.
Yep.
Stephen, continue.
I'm just on the process, Jeff, so through Mr. Chair. I don't necessarily believe it needs to be a full new application, and you're putting in a revision of the certificate of approval to clarify that this is going to be a new structure versus if this were approved as a move off, that what you're seeking to revise the certificate of approval to accommodate a new structure of the same design.
Yes.
Versus, so it's just a clarification. But I just thought that was good to point out. On the move itself, were there SAG comments on the move off?
The comments I read were pretty much that they were under the impression that it was, they wish it well. I will notate that, this is a contributing structure. It was originally built in Sconset. However, due to Nantucket's uniqueness being a local district, it's still contributing even though it would be moved. So that's a good thing.
Can I comment?
And then.
Yes, go.
I was just going to say, but for it having been approved as a renovation, I would suggest it stay, but it's already been approved to be basically changed almost unrecognizably. So, and the fact that it is being relocated to another location, I'm with SAG. We wish it well on its travels to Fisher's Landing.
Is it going to?
Yeah,
Hey,
that's the next application. Okay,
I have a question.
Yes.
Just when you were saying that there were two different roof pitches, I think we had saved the original structure and then added on to that. So there were two roof pitches. Just, I can see them right here. There's the original.
No. It looks kind of like it, but it's not.
So none of this structure is the.
Yeah.
Because it looks so odd at the pitch
little
of the
piece is
existing
new.
looks odd relative to the new structure, so we changed
This
it.
is new.
Or whoever was on the.
So we saved none of the original building?
Not the roof.
Nothing we approved here is from the original that was on that site? Just
Some of it, but not most of it.
Okay.
Is that correct?
I didn't hear you.
Some of it, but not most of it is what is retained.
I'm still, sorry, I have that hearing.
That's okay. Come on up. No. Some of it, but not most of it is retained in the approval for the renovation.
Very little is
Okay.
gonna be saved. I mean, probably a couple of those boards there, and that's about it, and maybe some 2x, but I've got to cut into the walls to make windows, put new studs, tear off the whole roof, as I just mentioned, but that's all that is, really, is, 3 walls and a roof.
Okay.
Board
just-
members.
what is it doing in the front of the house now? Wasn't it like to the side and back?
Well, I saved it.
Okay.
I didn't want to destroy it.
Great.
Anything else? Anyone?
Here's
I-
to see where it's going.
Fisher's Landing.
Diane?
I would think that it would be so simple just to agree to have it go to Ridge Lane, it as itself.
Did I hear
Yeah,
a motion?
Yes, it would be simple. Yes, it would be.
Is that your motion,
And
Diane?
so could I finish?
Oh, sorry.
I think that going through the whole thing is making it much more complicated. When we save buildings, that's the best thing. So I would make a motion to approve the removal to Ridge Lane as is.
So Diane, the application that's before us is the move off. So
Yeah.
let's get that out of the way first, and then we can motion
Well, I
to
would
move
make the
on
move,
to
I would
Ridge.
make the motion to move it off 30 Main Street
There we
as
go.
is.
Okay, so let's just get that out of the way, and then we'll do the move on next. Okay, so Diane's motion is to allow the move off of 30 Main Street Garage. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Abstain.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, Diane, next motion.
I would like to say it be agreed that it goes to Ridge Lane as is, and any removal of previous requests be either, I don't know what you can say, be removed or whatever. It should go and maintain it as it is.
The move, I believe that the request is to move it as is, no changes to
Yes.
the building. Okay,
No changes.
yeah, well,
Yeah, that's-
that doesn't need to be part of the motion. I think Jeff understands what he needs to do. Okay, so that is Diane's motion. On Diane's motion, Val,
Aye.
thank you. Abby, abstain. Stephen,
Aye.
Diane on your motion?
Aye.
Okay, so for both of those, it was 3 in favor, or no, 4 in favor, 1 abstention, both. Okay, thank you. And now, bye, Jeff. And now we're going to go on to 131, 135. Pleasant. Is Erica still on?
Am.
Okay, hi.
Hi.
Point of
I'm
order.
sorry I'm not there in person, but I'm nursing a cold.
I just heard a point of order come from somebody here.
Yeah, this is Seth Gottlieb. I didn't.
Yeah,
You're approved,
you're
Seth.
approved, man.
Jeff, get your guy. Tell him to go on home.
I just had a question about it. That's all.
What's your question?
If you notice on the garage, it has two
chimneys sticking out of it that are metal, and I didn't know if if it was required that they stay as well. I was gonna ask if there's a condition that can be to have those chimneys removed, and then just the roof restored.
So whatever should be done once it gets to Ridge Lane, let's not make a bunch of stuff getting it
No, you
there.
see, because those chimneys were for heater for that, because that's where all the equipment for the swimming pool was. And so it has those two unattractive metal chimneys sticking out that I would think as the HTC would probably prefer not to have them there.
We would prefer not to have
Seth,
them.
I think they're on a different structure. They just look like they're on
No,
this.
they're not on a different structure. If you go to the next page, you'll see it.
He doesn't get your.
But why don't we get it out of Sconset the simplest way? Once it gets to Ridge Lane, if the chimneys have to come off, that's
Okay.
fine. It's in its
Okay.
new
Can
location.
we got to move on.
Yeah,
folks.
that's fine. That's all I needed
Yeah.
to know. Thank
We
you
got
very
to
much.
move on.
Have a good evening.
Okay,
Bye.
Town of Nantucket. This is the COA for our famous building. Yes.
I'm sorry. This is the one they need to put in for. This is instead of moving into some garage.
My head is spinning. What now?
That's the one that needs to.
I'm just, what are you asking us to approve the trailer?
Diane, please hold on. Sorry, we're just. That one's got to be noticed. Because otherwise you could get jammed up because it's not noticed.
So this it doesn't work.
No. So this one just needs to be noticed. These two can get signed.
Okay, Erica, you have the floor right now.
Thank you. Again, I'm sorry I'm not there in person. I'm nursing a cold, so I'm home. So what is before you is the trailer at the former fire station. The last time that I was before you, or I should say the original time that I was before you, this move was approved on a temporary basis. Due to COVID, any setup of the trailer was delayed. Excuse me. And then once we were able to finally get it in place, we are now using it as a meeting space for town committees. And we are hoping that you will extend the COA to keep it there for a few more years. Ultimately what's going to happen with that site is up to the select board. They are working through some different things. I cannot put a timeline on that, unfortunately, because they work at their own pace. But in the meantime, the town of Nantucket is extremely short-handed on meeting space. It has been used as meeting space for various committees, and we would like to continue to do that.
Okay. Is that it, Erica?
That's it.
Okay. Holly, I don't imagine you have anything on this, right?
Mr. Chair, I do not. I can just vouch that I have used it, and there's 2 different meeting locations in that building.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
I'd ask a question.
Hang on, Abby was just about to ask you.
I just wanted to clarify that if we give the COA, does that, there's a limit on how long the trailer can be there, right?
Well, the issue is that, yes, there is. We approve this as a temporary structure. The temporary structure, our permission ends, I think, pretty much at the end of this year.
Yeah.
26.
So she's looking for a renewal.
And if I may, when the vote happened, when I originally asked the board if they would be interested in allowing this structure to be moved here, there was no objection whatsoever. At the end, John McLaughlin, former HGC member, did kind of voice some objections to it.
Yeah.
And for there to be a time frame for it to be there. But before he had said that, there wasn't any objections from any other member.
Okay, thank you. Do you get it?
So if we approve the COA, what is the time frame for this to stay on there?
Erica, is it?
I'm
did I hear-
requesting 5 years.
Sorry, what?
I requested on my application 5 years.
5 years.
I'll go. Since I
Uh-oh.
got chastised in the paper for being the person who thought it was okay to stay there, I still think that. We spent a lot of money to move the damn thing there. It's gonna move. It's served this town well, and I think the whole thing is ridiculous. It should stay there. It's fine until God knows what will be replaced there.
Val
Some other
drank the
kind of a strip
Kool-Aid.
mall. So it's
Thank you.
fine.
Okay, thank you, Val. Abby.
I'll
Abby.
go.
Okay, Diane, yes, please.
I want to know why you can't go behind the police station where people can park when they go to a meeting. They don't have to worry about moving it again. They can take their flowers and the rest of it and put it behind there. They
Did you
actually
say the
just-
police station, like as in here?
Yes,
Oh,
that's, I'm talking about putting
I'm
it
not
out in
gonna,
the,
Okay,
in the.
so may I
Wait,
answer
let
that?
me just finish.
Okay.
I don't know why it can't be there. I've been through the parking lot out there. There's room. There's room for people to park when we go to meetings there. And
Yeah,
you try and put 5 cars in and around. And
Hey.
nobody,
sorry, Diane,
yep,
with all due respect, it would kind of be like saying, we have an application for a new house at 30 Pleasant Street, and you said, well, why don't you just put it at 42 Main Street? You know, it would be better at 42 Main Street. So the application right on in front of us right now is for a renewal of this temporary structure to remain where it is. We're
I
not
know
going to
what
get
it-
into, you know, moving it behind the police station and all that sort of stuff, because frankly, I don't know anything about that. So I hear your concern. Do you have anything else to say, though, regarding it staying in its current location?
well, contrary to what Erica said, that nobody objected to it when we did this.
No, she meant
and
no
none-
board member.
Well,
Well, maybe you don't believe that to be true.
I don't, and it seems to me it was many people were appalled by this going in there. And if you don't care, then fine. But I think it's not a good position to have because of the parking. And the town owns the land behind the police station. So all you're doing is picking up a trailer and moving it.
It's not that simple.
Mr. Chair, may I interject?
Sure you can, Erica, but I don't want to really
It doesn't
stray
matter.
from.
I withdraw my
Okay.
statement.
Okay.
Just move on.
Stephen.
Yes, thank you. I'm not going to comment on the secure area behind the police station. That's behind chain link fence. Excuse me.
You just did, sir.
Oh, I did. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to. Look, I'm with Val on this, and the only difference is I didn't vote for it, but when I was interviewed for the paper, they asked me if I would vote for it to stay there temporarily, and I said yes. And I said, but I didn't vote for it to be there in the first place, because if I had been on that, I would not have, but it is there. And it's serving a purpose, and it's next to a mid-century brick building that is not a Nantucket, other than the fact that it's been there forever and a day, probably longer than when the Blueberry Muffin was around, across a street and down the way a little bit. It's, you know, the fire station is not a beautiful and emblematic of a typical historic Nantucket structure. So I understand that this is not a pleasant looking building. I am not voting for it to be there in perpetuity. I think that it's fair that it be there only temporarily. And what was the proposed period?
5.
5 years.
Yeah, I'm not feeling great about 5 years.
Nor am I, actually. I mean, you can come back to us, but
Yeah.
I was thinking 2.
I'm thinking
How about
3.
3?
I'm thinking three.
How about 2.5?
I'm thinking
3, please.
3.25. Or no, I mean 2.
Given what's going across the street, does it really?
Yeah,
matter?
that's right.
Actually, I was thinking about that. Like,
Okay.
that whole area is
Yeah, in 3 years,
So I'm good with 3.
we won't recognize that area. Okay, so is the consensus view, it sounds like the consensus view is to limit it to 3 years.
Motion to approve with 3 years.
3-year stipulation. Okay, renewal for 3 years. On Val's motion, Abby.
Aye.
Diane.
No.
Okay, Stephen. Very good. Val?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. So that motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
33B, thank you, Erica. 33B Washington, anybody to rep? No?
I don't see George
No.
in the queue.
Okay. Then we're going to skip over to old Linda Williams at 126 Main.
Are you on this? Or you said no?
That's a long one.
Oh, yeah, I said 3. Oh, limited to 3 years. Did you put that?
Wait, do we have, is Linda here?
I can't remember.
Let me guess. So, did we have a bunch of people waiting? I figured. Ooh. Okay, so this is 126 Main. And Linda, and I don't believe anyone else,
3 strikes. and
is
she's out.
here to represent, anyone here to represent 126?
Isn't this the third strike?
I don't think it's the third strike.
It's the 4th.
It's been held a few times.
It has? They're 2 different lots. It's
Oh,
subdivided.
is this the old house?
I think it's the front one.
It's
Okay,
the old house.
okay.
This is the old house.
Are we holding this? Okay, who's got,
Kevin Toth.
yeah, Kevin Toth, you have your hand raised and you are muted. Esme.
I just heard from the applicant, she's hoping to be, hold till next week.
For tonight?
This has been seen before, right?
It has, yeah, we have a board. Okay, so this is for those of you that are concerned and wanted to speak on this, this is why we just enacted this 3 strikes you're out thing. So, or actually, this is a hold. Okay, so it is being held, and I apologize to those of you who are waiting to speak on this. But we don't have anybody to rep, so that's, however our language is, that will go into effect on this
There
one.
is somebody with a hand up.
Yeah, I know, but he's not unmuting.
I'm unmuted. I was just waiting to speak.
Oh, what would you like to speak on, sir?
Well, I guess would like some clarification on.
Okay,
and-
just your name for the record.
It's Kevin Toth, member
Yes.
of the at 128 Main Street, directly adjacent property.
Okay, well, so now do you understand that we're not moving forward with 126? We're not moving forward with the review because we don't have an applicant? We don't have a rep?
Yes, sir. Just would like to clarify when the, what are the consequences of
Next
this?
Tuesday, presumably.
Next Tuesday. So this is
Well, hang on.
precisely what we're.
Stephen's more up on the rules than I am, says Stephen.
So it'll be, I'm sorry, through the chair, it'll be next Tuesday at the request of the applicant. After we voted in some new protocols, this is what's applicable. More than one hearing postponement by an applicant or their agent shall result in the application being moved to a later point in the queue, 2 calendar meetings from the date of the second postponement. Now, this is the first postponement under the rules. So there's 2 postponements allowed and it gets moved 2 weeks out, which in our practice could be over a month or maybe a month and a half. An additional postponement puts it at the end of the line, which could be a couple of, 3 months at this point. Everybody is out there doing such a great job, building and moving forward. So the HDC is very busy, and the result is that of this enactment of this is that we want both butters, either for or against, to be able to plan in advance if they wanted to come to the island to speak here at the HDC or be available via Zoom or have an attorney represent them. So they have 2 postponements, and each time there's an incremental delay. And the third, it goes to the end of the line, is the short way of saying it.
Got it?
So this is the first postponement?
Yes.
It's not the, to be clear, sorry, through the chair. I just want to say, it's not the first postponement, but it's the first postponement since this rule has been
Correct.
adopted.
Yeah.
So, and the rules will be posted on the website of the HDC, so you all can download them and take a look there.
Yep, absolutely. And I was on for the meeting where that was enacted. I've been tuning in every week, so I'll be on next week.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Is Uri 62 Hooper Farm here? I got a feeling no.
Real quick, Mr. Chair, are you going to make a motion that recognizes this is the first delay, or are you just going to pass over like you have the others?
That's a really good question. You're probably right. Should we move that one, folks?
Well, staff is noting it.
Oh, staff is noting it.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that all right with you? All right. And we are.
Yeah, I just wanted clarification for the minute. So it's just you're just going to roll over it this time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. And we are also moving past 62 Hooper Farm.
But he made all the changes we asked.
So are you pretty confident that we can just?
Absolutely.
All right, then let's move forward. So that's myself, Stephen, Diane, Abby, and Val. I would rather get it off the table if we can. All right, so let's go. Hooper Farm, I can use my new pad here. Love it.
The prior application had the pool right in the front
Oh,
yard.
I do remember that.
Now it is
I remember-
behind the house.
Okay. The famous words, well, we can always put it behind the house. It's like, what? Okay.
I wish we could do like the radio, we could just do little drops of people like saying stuff. Well, we can always put it behind the house.
We could always make the house 10 feet shorter. Sure. Okay, it's behind the house. Board members, any comments, questions, concerns?
I appreciate the changes that it's now in an appropriate location.
Okay, thank you. And only wish that it had been in this location from the beginning, right? Okay, so that was Val. Abby, anything?
Nothing to add.
All right. Diane, anything?
Me too.
All right. Stephen?
Motion to approve is submitted.
There you go. Stephen's made a motion to approve as submitted on that motion. Val?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. All right, that's good. Knock that one. How about 8 Sachem, new shed?
That's a hold.
Oh, that's a hold. Okay, very good.
So
now we're to,
we know that's a.
I think we're to me. Yeah, okay. So Lisa's gonna rep this. Oh, this was the one, by the way, where the landscape was to track.
Okay.
That's why Mirka's standing there.
Are we going to see the dwelling first?
32 Jefferson.
You're gonna see the house first. That's all.
I mean, that's, yeah.
Thank you. That's for you.
Who's the alternate?
Let's see who's on this. So your board is Diane, Abby, Val, Carrie, myself, and our alternate, should someone feel ill and have to leave the room, is Connie. And let's get up the elevations.
Yeah.
Lisa, feel free to start.
Okay, so the application is for reconstructing a previously approved renovation to a building. And we originally for the reconstruction, we originally came in with a gambrel and design, which I think some of the board members had issue with the proportion of it. So we've redesigned it again back as a gable. So it looks much more like the original approval. The major difference in the structure is that the finished floor is being lowered 3 feet down from where it was previously approved. And Miraca is going to show a site section. And then there are some other minor sort of detail changes to the elevations in terms of, minor fenestration changes. But the major change is, again, that it's a new structure now and that the finished floor is now 3 feet lower than the original building.
Okay, thank you.
What's happening with the existing building?
It's being
Was it
moved or
demolished?
demolished.
Was that approved yet?
Are you asking the chair?
Yeah.
I don't know. Holly?
Did we even submit
I don't
that?
recall. This was a while ago.
Right, but she's asking if
It
we got
was. It was a
approval for the
renovation. I don't
demolition of the
think it was a-
existing building yet. I don't believe so, but the building was built in the 80s.
Yeah.
Oh, wait
Yeah.
a second. I'm not on this, right? Or am I?
You
Hold on,
are.
I can tell.
Mr.
I
Chair.
recall it as a renovation.
It was a renovation, but they've decided to rebuild it and lower the floor because they have to replace the floor. They decided they can't keep the existing building in there because they're dropping the floor level.
Okay, so I mean, just programmatically and process-wise, we need an application for the demolition. So if this is approved, it would be contingent upon an approval for the demolition, just to be clear.
Which if we could just clarify that, given the age of the structure, that shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, no, I'm
Yeah.
not suggesting it will.
No, I
I
know
just,
that.
if it's an approval, it would need to be contingent upon a demo. Okay, other than that, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess I'll go back. For the record, on the site right now is a circa 1980s existing structure, very similar to what's before you. This is a new structure. I appreciate, as staff, appreciate the gable redesign and getting away from the gambrel. I do think that the dormers need to conform to building with Nantucket in mind. HSAG provide comments as well. They said lowering a building is almost always a move in the right direction, and it probably beneficial here. However, as the building is being lowered into the hill, the roof line has been raised 18 inches. This is most evident in the 2 additional shingle courses above the second floor windows. The building tends to feel lower and more compact when the frieze sits on the window casings below rather than stretched up exposing shingles above the windows. The proposed changes to the 3rd floor dormers create a setback of less than 12 inches, which is very specifically defined in building with Nantucket in mind. Yep, I agree with that. The lowering of the building must affect the grade contours of the hill that it sits on. Elevations and sections of the entire street facade should be shown to indicate exactly what is changing. And it sounds like America will be helping with that. Those are comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Are there any questions for the applicant? No, we'll go right to comments.
Would you like to see the site section that Miraca?
Just probably next application. Oh, there you go. Thank you.
If you want to present it, let's do it. Yeah.
So I'm just quickly want to, so the dash line outline is the new proposed building. My apologies, I'm referring as existing, but it's actually the proposed, which the finished floor suggests at 21 elevation. Initially, it was at 24. To Holly's quick comments, if you see there, I included as a part of the application some pre-existing photographs. You can see how the front of this house was really, I believe, almost sticking out 5 feet out of the ground. Go to the pictures, yeah. So practically to Holly's question, how it affected the grades, we brought the actually building which was sticking out of the ground closer to the existing grade. So you can see right on the first picture, if you zoom in, yeah, with the arbor, the first from the, yeah, exactly that one. If you zoom in, you can see like the huge stairways actually getting inside of the porch. So this, I believe, where you can correct me, it's like 5 feet up out of the ground. So if you go back to the cross section, we really brought it to meet the existing grade in a more friendly way or natural way. The guest house, which was already approved, Esmeralda, if you again, yeah, that's okay. If you want to look through the pictures a little bit more, the middle picture, you can see how the house is like sticking out and overlooking the inner courtyard. It really was out there. You can also kind of see how the lawn is sloped. The all side is has a pretty big slope altogether. So if we go back to the cross sections, now, so I introduced the new building, then you see the already approved guest house, which is this one-story little structure. If you zoom in, we are meeting the existing grade at that point. So as Esmeralda, if you don't mind to zoom a little bit to the cross-section as a transitioning between these two structures, there is the dash line is the existing grade. So you can see how it was like raising up. What we try to just create a little bit plateaus between, which help with a little bit of the fill and some retaining between. So instead just have a very short and slopey, steep slope yard, we try to create a little level, more usable space for the family. Which of course, going to my application, I'm using series of small short walls, which are approximately, I believe, so no more than 30 inches high. And for the material, we are using small little fieldstone and irregular pavers. If you look, zoom into the site itself, site plan. Esmeralda, this would be great. So the first plan more such as the site plan, as you can see, the parking, between the existing garage and proposed guest house. And again, sequence of two tiered walls coming to the upper lawn, which lead you to the front door of the main house. The second plan is illustrating the grading, what's happening there. Hope this helps.
Any other comments?
Only that if you go to the architectural drawings, you'll see on the previously approved drawings, there was a big retaining wall right in front of the building and a friendship stair that was previously approved. And the lower end of the floor by 3 feet allows us to eliminate that or mitigate it through the landscape plan. Sure.
You're lowering the first floor 3 feet.
Mhm.
Does that mean the second floor is coming down with it? Because the building is not much,
It's
not any shorter than.
It's 18 inches shorter.
It's higher.
No,
31.7 from grade,
It's a foot taller.
and the one before was 29.
Well, 2 feet taller.
Right. Wait, there.
yes, that would be great.
With respect to the ridge of the current house, the house is sitting there right now. I should probably.
You can
So
see it on the
existing.
Can we use the microphone?
We were raising the roof. We got approval to raise the roof 3 feet above the existing ridge. The neighbors up above didn't like that so much, so we brought the ridge down with respect to where it was previously approved. So it is taller than the current ridge of the current house, but it isn't as tall as the approved ridge.
Right, but the overall height is of the building.
Oh, yeah, it is correct. Yeah, but the grade that it's being taken from is lower. Yes.
the blue line.
Comes to my comment about the east elevation, it seems top heavy again, and it's because there's a lot of shingle above the window trim.
Right.
You should sit right on it, and it was so much more successful with that up in the previously approved east.
Could you go to the east, Esmeralda?
Now, this is the way I always describe a house like this, is it looks like a dancing girl lifting her skirt, like she's taller on the top and her skirt comes up and there's her legs. In this case, the legs are shorter than the top part, so if that came down, it would be a no-brainer.
Would the roof pitch be able to just be changed to lower that eave line?
It's the plate.
It needs to sit on top of the window trim.
Um,
The previously approved east
Yeah, I'm just trying to look at the drawing, to look at the.
Dormers coming down a little bit.
Can you blow up sorry, Esmeralda, the north elevation for me?
Okay, you guys, we are getting close to wrapping, so I don't want to go back and forth, so.
I
let's
just
do-
can't read the drawings. I'm trying to see what the roof pitch is.
Okay, so you've got some there though, right? So we're gonna do comments by the commissioners and then you can follow up. Other comments? Any other comments, Carrie?
No, that's my only read.
Okay. Who's next?
I agree with Carrie, and it's not as much the front as it is for me on the south, because there's so much space between those windows in the eave.
Yeah.
So we're proposing to change the pitch to an 11 and lower that eave.
Does that make it come down a foot or how much?
The eave? No,
Yeah,
the ridge
it's
height
the
wouldn't
eave.
change. The eave above the window would change. So you'd get rid of the shingle above the window casing. Which if you go to the east elevation, that's where you see it the most. See the 2 courses of shingle above?
Right.
That was
Yeah.
not there
Yeah.
before. So we're proposing lowering that roof, not lowering the roof, changing the roof pitch so that the eave lowers to
But
eliminate.
how is that lower the eave?
Changing the roof pitch, you keep the ridge and you make a steeper roof pitch to an 11. The eave will get lower.
Keep the height and just
Yeah.
lower the plate by raising.
So this
Is an 11
will come down to here.
It looks like it's 2 course
No, I don't-
shingle courses.
They're gonna get rid of these two courses.
Lisa, you're suggesting you're gonna drop 2 courses?
Yeah, we're going to get rid of those 2 courses by changing the roof pitch, not lowering the roof. The ridge will still be at the height that we're showing there. The eave will be lower.
And will the dormers stay at 9?
Well, they could go to 10 now. I mean, right now
Okay,
they're
you
at,
guys, we're going back to this design and.
Yeah.
Like, so what we're looking at is not actually what you're proposing?
no, I'm proposing something different because there's concern about having that additional shingle courses above the windows.
Yeah, but the
So
problem.
let's go back to comments and then we can go from there, please. Val, do you have additional comments?
No, not at this moment.
Okay, Abby?
No, I agree with that. Getting rid of those 2 courses at least, because I always thought it was the 2 gang windows dormers. I thought it made it top heavy. And if we could bring that down, and if we could bring the height down as well, I could go for that.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
Yeah, I agree with that. They need to come down. And I thought it was being tucked a little bit into the hillside to bring it down, but
It is.
yeah, it is, isn't it, Lisa? That's
It
what you're
is
doing?
by 3 feet.
So that's all good. The more we can bring it down and drop that eave down is good.
Okay, thank you, Diane. So my comments are, I just want to get a better understanding. The previously approved south, the height of the structure from grade to ridge was 29.7. Currently proposed from grade to ridge is 31.5. So basically 2 feet. And
Right,
now
but-
you're suggesting that you'll lower the eave, but not the ridge.
Not the ridge, because the ridge is still lower by 1.5 feet than what was previously approved.
Okay, so, I'm just gonna make the distinction there because it's a fair one. The ridge may be lower, but the height of the structure proportionate, well, not even proportionate. The height of the structure is taller than what was previously approved by 2 feet.
From the grade that you're measuring it from.
Yeah, which
yes.
is where we normally measure.
Right.
Yeah. The structure, it's from grade at the bottom of the step as you come out of the house from the porch
Mhm.
to the ridge is 2 feet taller than was originally proposed.
It was, but remember when the original approval, there was a retaining wall right there that you can see in the,
Right, Lisa, I'm sorry, but that really has no relevance.
well, it makes the building taller.
It doesn't.
Well,
makes the building taller relative to sea level, but the building itself is taller currently than it was previously proposed. It's taller by 2 feet. I'm not going to go back and forth, I'm sorry.
okay, I just
It's
wanted to
simply-
clarify that, yeah.
It's 2 feet taller. That's simply that's the geometry of the building. I'm not suggesting that's a horrible thing. I'm just being clear about it.
Mhm.
Okay, so we have, it seems as if we're talking about a couple of comments on lowering the height, and then there were some comments about how that might happen, including lowering the eave. Is there a motion?
What, do you want a
Do we wanna
motion
see
to
it
hold?
drawn, or do we
Yeah,
want to?
no, I'm just.
I mean, I'd like to actually see it drawn up that way, so I could make sure I'm doing it right.
Me too. Yeah,
I feel like it's drawn on that previously approved east elevation. But that's keeping the 10, and Lisa's saying she wants to go to an 11, but I don't think that's a great idea. It just
It sounds like we should.
on that end, but.
Well, the previous looks more scaled and proportionally correct. Now it seems those 2 dormers up there seem heavy to me. That's why I'd like to see it redrawn.
can't we hold it for revisions?
Okay, Diana, is that your motion?
Yeah, then we could see it again before. I
Okay.
don't want to do it through staff.
Well, let's just see, I mean, I understand they want to see it, so I think that there's probably
Right.
a majority.
It doesn't appear to me that the dormers have gone any larger in the new proposal.
Taller.
They're just dropped down on the roof, so they're no bigger. The massing is no different. There's just more main roof, but the dormers are the same size. I'm just clarifying
Previous
that.
just looks more compact and,
And they are a little heavier when they're lower.
Guys, there's a motion.
right, well, I'm just trying to
I know.
say why,
Yep.
because I don't want to be arbitrary.
No, we're just going back and forth talking about this stuff. On Diane, on your motion,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Gary,
Aye.
aye.
Oh,
Yeah, I think it is.
Can I
Did
just
somebody
ask?
say adjourn?
Hello, I'm still here.
Oh,
I'm just curious, would you just track the hardscape with the rest, or do you,
Stephen,
since we
are
kind of
we're
saw
gonna
it?
track the hardscaping, the
Hold on,
landscaping?
motion.
That's my motion.
On your motion,
Aye.
Okay.
Dale,
Aye.
Diane,
aye.
hold on a moment, sorry. What number is that on, that was on the previous page,
Yeah.
Number 4.
number 4, a couple pages before, right?
I gotta go get my dog.
The question I have is, was there an established board?
No.
Okay, so Carrie on the motion,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. And Diane?
Aye.
Okay, so that'll track.
Okay, thanks, guys. Let's see. I don't actually see like minutes here. Oh, yeah.
How does this happen?
The last page.
Do we want to approve the minutes before we adjourn?
Don't make the move.
Was that a motion, Diane?
Yes.
Okay, Diane has made a motion to approve the minutes of November 15th and 17th. On that motion, Val?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Stephen?
Abstain.
Okay, and Diane on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Okay, John.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, John. On John's motion to adjourn, Val?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. And John on your motion? Very good.